All right, good evening, everybody. I am back with some Book of Hours tonight. Now, I got a couple of notifications, a couple of details to mention. First of all, I didn't get my tea, so the kettle's boiling right now. I'll probably run away from the keys for a little bit of time, but it won't be too long. I just want a hot drink. There's a wonderful rainstorm outside. I actually went just to toss out the garbage and got absolutely drenched. So I think this is a 3 Grail, 3 Nectar rainstorm outside, but it is wonderful, wonderful weather for a session of Book of Hours. And I did also just want to give a small heads up. I will also try and do this a little bit later in the broadcast as well, but I just wanted to be upfront and say that next Wednesday, so that's this coming Wednesday, or the next broadcast, live broadcast that is, I will be attending the local game dev meetup, Dirty Rectangles, and I suspect it will promise to be quite an exciting one given the Unity news that came up fairly recently. I know there's a couple of them that have worked on some high-profile Unity games like Tunic and Cuphead. But, and I mean, a lot of them are very talented Unity developers in their own, well, clearly, because they've worked on this high-profile games, but even some of their smaller stuff has been going in. But there's definitely been a tendency to go towards Godot, and so to a certain extent, in terms of the overall feeling or the sentiment, let's say, of the group, I think people have already done the switch. But I have no doubt that there will be some fairly strong views on what happened. And obviously I have something to contribute, even if it is a little silly. So with that in mind, on this coming Wednesday will be a day off for me. I suspect moving forward, the third Wednesday of the month will become a sort of a free day for myself, or like a day off for me. And that's just because the local meetups do seem to be happening somewhat regularly again. So I wanted to let people know ahead of time. The other the other detail, of course, is to mention that I am playing a copy of the game that was given to me from Weather Factory for promotion purposes. I clearly love this game and the setting. I think the developers are quite cool. We can even put the author's screen up for you all to enjoy that. But I do need to disclose that I've been given a key for promotional purposes. It's a thing of value, and I hope I hope that nobody is misled by my enthusiasm. I'm not able to promise that everybody's going to like this game, although a very large number of them seem to. But I will say that my enthusiasm for it is genuine. Now, my kettle's done boiling. I do have some dinner in front of me as well, so I'll try and nibble on that over the course of the playthrough. But I'm going to step away just for a minute to get the boiling water poured, and then we will be ready to play the game. We'll see you in a little bit. Okay, so, where are we? Sorry about the little hiccup at the start. So I've been recording the YouTube episodes, as you can see. So I need to make sure that I get to, if you're new to Book of Hours, you may not realize just how far you can zoom in with the scroll wheel. All right, here we go. Olaf coming in with a chance for me to enjoy some of my dinner. Thank you very much, my friend. I hope you are doing well. Thank you. I did say thank you already, but specifically thank you for 39 months. And more importantly, your presence in the stream. I'm sorry to say that it's not a coffee day today. I actually really need to get my sleeping patterns back in order. But I appreciate your presence, and I also really appreciate your your continued support. I do want to check. So I've gotten the impression for the last couple of days that the game is a little louder than I want it to be relative to my voice. It at least feels a little louder for me in my headphones, but is the ratio still working, or do I need to correct that? You're one of the people who I can kind of trust in terms of the overall levels. Okay, cool. So I think probably something might have changed in the... Let's start with that. All right, so let's go ahead and find out where we are in the playthrough. Again, I've got my oh, that's right. Okay, so we were going to be working on the Great Signs and the Great Scars. I think there was a whole bunch of cataloging and reading that I'd done. I actually wound up getting Deep Mandayak in the other playthrough, so I think I'm going to wind up making some really strange choices. Right, the radical measure was the one that we were going to try sort of on a chance. Okay, I think I have a good idea about what I was going to try and do now. So, we've got the Great Signs and the Great Scars, and so we've got 3 lessons that we can pull out of that. Now, the good news is that we're not... it's also a little bit of a calmer song, Olaf, so I'll do my best to keep an eye on the overall levels, but yeah, it's always hard because I'm sure you've noticed I do struggle sometimes when people come in sort of telling me what's what in terms of the broadcast, and it's not even a like don't backseat me sort of thing. It's genuinely a problem of people don't check their own settings before they tell you that you have a problem with your stream. But I know you're one of the good ones, and more importantly, you're somebody who's moderated for other streams, so you kind of know what's up. So you're definitely one of the people who you're one of the people who I tend to trust a bit more. All right, so I've got a ton of notes here, which I think most are probably irrelevant. So let's clear some of this stuff out. So, first thing I'm thinking of all right. So I think let's focus on the Great Signs and the Great Scars for the start. Oh, tea's done. Just a sec. Okay. So first thing I want to do here is take a Grail and Knock inventory. Oops. Now, unless I want to renew an element of the soul each sort of each day, it's going to take me 3 days to accomplish this, and it may not actually be a bad idea for me to do that, just because we are going to be getting to some fairly high level upgrades. But let's just, like I said, I'll take the inventory and see where we're at. So I don't even think I put up my spreadsheet yet. The other challenge here is that I do have a pretty comprehensive set of things that I can do for crafting in terms of memories as well, and those are not going to be in my list of books. But I do think it's more useful to start with the books, just because those just generally involve less work. But let's take a look here. So, got the Beguiling Melody. Gossip. The Newman. Pattern. Salt. Satisfaction. So that's enough for us to work with. Secret threshold. Okay, so that gives me a little something to work with. So the first thing that I'm going to do is bring in Reverend Timothy. There's a handful of these that I can access through conversation with him, and especially for the first batch of memories, I don't really need to. I don't need anything too intense. So, Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. Now, I suppose my best bet here would be to take things like the Secret Threshold, the Beguiling Melody, the Newman, the Pattern, Salt. All of these are things that Reverend Timothy can't necessarily give me. So let's... I think I'm actually going to do a full court press on those. So let's start with the Tryst. Now, this does mean that there are other things that I might be able to do during the day that I'm neglecting, but I actually think just getting this off my plate, particularly doing it in such a way that I may be able to get 2 levels out of this. So essentially doing all of this early and then seeing what Reverend Timothy gives me, I feel like this might be an opportunity for me to knock down 2 levels, and then we can focus tomorrow on getting that 6th one, which is certainly going to be the most difficult. It's probably the way to go. So for starters, let's take a look at the Beguiling Melody. Apparently, the the autocorrect liked to change Fusine to Fusion. So I'm going to see if I have the Wind's Ruin, because that's not a text that I immediately remember. And one of the things I have been enjoying is the chance to catch up on some of the texts which I don't normally check out. Now, the catch here is that I'm not keeping records for so actually, for those of you that haven't checked out the YouTube series, the way I'm cataloging the books in the YouTube series is I'm putting them on shelves sort of aligned by memory. But the drawback is I actually need to remember the memory for each of those texts to sort of seed the shelf. It is a lot more difficult than that seems, but it's a fun challenge, especially because that one I'm not giving myself the same restriction that I am with this one, which is to, really hold back on committing memories. But it does carry the drawback. I know I've run into a couple of texts which I haven't seen in the game before, so that's knowledge that's not going into the spreadsheet. But as you can see, there's a little bit of a challenge. You know what? I'm going to go for the music then. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we'll apply the health toward this one. So the Lake Fusino recordings of the folk dances of the Fusine marshes. So the next item I'm looking for, so I'm skipping the gossip. I'm also going to skip the Newman for now because we already know what that provides us, but I haven't seen a pattern from Reverend Timothy before, so that's going to be my next target. And on this one, I think I'm going to look at on imperfections. At least until I lose my mind and decide that it takes too much effort to find. I think regardless of... Yeah, so I think no matter what I wind up doing with overflow, I am going to need to find a new area to store my books. Anyways, that's not relevant for reading, so I'll focus on the task at hand. Oh, it's ablations and iron that's had a little I in between. There we go. On imperfections, Pomander, Lightsmith, and Lantern Long describes the process of trans-inhabitation, which he calls a manifestation of imperfection. So that gets us the pattern. And again, we're going to be reading these texts. This is one of the reasons I'm taking the time to seek out some of these. And then salt. I'm curious if I have the C does not regret. I feel like I do, but I don't remember. Actually, don't remember where I would have shelved it. The thing is, I remember reading the text in another playthrough, and I had a pretty distinct memory of reading that book before. Okay. Well, I mean, again, I've consolidated the playthroughs that I'm regularly doing, but it is fair to say that I'm not at a point where I can say with certainty what is in each playthrough. And again, I don't want to spend the whole day contending with my strange filing system this time around. I seem to remember it was a moon text. Which, if it's not, that's as much an indication that I'm not remembering these things correctly. Okay, well, let's not spend too much time on that. I've got other salt texts I can work with. The Queen's Turn and the Larkabine Codex should help us. There we go. Oh, heaven's sake, where did I put it? There we go. All right, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's return, when Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot, as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antaios. So this is one I probably want to pay rather close attention to. And then finally, Faust. So after all of that, I'm looking for a secret threshold. And that's either the Temptations of Architecture or an Almanac of Entrances. I would prefer the Almanac if I can, because it's one I will have read less. That's advice on containment. So that's Temptations of Architecture. That's where I can get the secret threshold if I need. I definitely think some of the books that I've been looking for, I just missed. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so some of these that I sort of throw out my hands on, I have a feeling that I do have, and I just overlook them. But again, I don't want the playthrough to be dedicated to me just searching through the library. So, a handbook of sealed and unsealed byways and shortcuts through the bounds, compiled by William Harries in the 1860s during his term as librarian of Hush House. So on that note, I should take a look. So we've got Fraser, we've got Serena Blackwood. Now, I believe we have Natalia Brulot in one of these. Yes. Let me just take a quick look at the niches. So I get a feeling she might be well suited to the 5th, but we already have Ambrose in place, I believe. Yes. Baronial times, this was a ballroom, but in the 19th century, during Brulot's time as a librarian, a dyad of eternally dueling Edgelong agreed to stay at Hush House for a year and a day to allow Natalia to study them, if she satisfied certain conditions. A properly equipped space was one of those conditions. Ultimately, the business turned out to be a trap or a trick played by one or both of the dyad. They left after only a single battle. Their names are recorded as Mistress Dearday and Father Torg. So this tells us about Westcott, the first librarian. This is the... Well, we both have Kitty Mazarine and Ava, although Kitty's already in... Oh, sorry, that's Ava. Kitty's in place here. These would be all baronial rooms, whereas these would be nocturnal, so it's going to say... Yeah, so Brandkrug Jail, built in 1896 at the behest of the Nocturnal Branch to contain troubles unseemly and occult. A mere 6 years after the Ortuccio incident, the branch came itself to be considered unseemly and occult, and its functions were absorbed into the Suppression Bureau, but the jail still stands. Over the gate is the Bureau's motto, Alice licet tibi non licet, commonly rendered as, "It is permitted to us, it is not permitted to you." So there's definitely interesting information in here, but I'm not entirely sure that this tells me the things that I need. And then there's some stories about... Oh, actually, in the 1850s, in deep secrecy, Nathalie Brulot built the Night Gallery into the foundations of Gullscry Tower. Behind this heavy steel door, the Curia, and later the Suppression Bureau, kept treasures too difficult for a common view. but too relevant to consign to the deeper vault. If anything difficult might hypothetically have been inclined to creep up the stairs from below, it would have been discouraged by that door. After Berlot's retirement in 1861, the Curia found itself short of promising candidates until the arrival of William Harries, a former Dutch Lutheran priest and sometimes correspondent of Stanislav Schaller. He had been a missionary in the Dutch East Indies until his faith was lost or transmuted into a devotion to St. Agnes of the Gate. He was drawn to Hush House. He won his position by presenting the Curia with a key long lost. That was the key to this very stair. Only the naive would assume that the key was a tangible object. Okay, so that's interesting. So we can have Harry's after Rouleau. Now, I don't recall if we had a bust of William Harry's, though. Yeah. This is not a bad time for me to take a minute to... Okay. Christopher Lopoli, poet, painter, archivist, runner of seances, stayed on for a while at Hush House after the Great War. The librarian, Serena Blackwood, arranged rooms for Lopoli in the Motley Tower, ostensibly so he could help with the collection, but perhaps also because he saw a potential ally against... she saw a potential ally against the governor of the Kukerbet. Relations between the Kukerbet and House were badly strained at the time. So, I mean, there's definitely some suggestions here, but I don't want to commit based on suggestions. I want to sort of lock these things in. So yeah, we already have Brian Levinson, who's the 9th librarian. This one's about the De Wolfs, so that doesn't quite cover it for us. I think, I guess it did, there was information about Solomon Husher in this. But yeah, some of these are just hiding in plain sight. I don't want to read every single one. 8th Librarian Green, I believe we've already committed him. Yeah. But yeah, this is just a chance for me to double check. We also had the question about Abbot Jeffrey's secret. That's a whole other question. Okay, so there's a Blake who's spending too much money. These are not 1349 last trial in the murder. Oh, sorry, yeah, no, that's fine. Abbess Nonna. Ellen Ripley, wonderful to see you again. How are you doing? How are you doing this fine evening? I'm taking a minute here just to review a few rooms to see if I could make an inference about where Natalia Brulot belongs. Always good to see you. Thank you for reading the the article. It's actually a bit of a weird one where it's one of the ones where I think people have been most vocal about how much they like it, but it's actually been shared less than the other ones, which I think is a little funny. I mean, it's fair enough because it's frivolous, but oh, all right, yes. Feel free to DM me whenever you'd like. All right, so Hendrik de Wolf met in secret with King Henry. Right, we were de Wolf material. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not too confident that we're missing things in here. And we're kind of back to the rooms we were originally considering. Well, tell you what, let's take a quick scan through the jail, because it might give us an idea in terms of Collar's clock projects and such. No hours at Brandkrug. Chimes of the Great Clock again. I think I have enough that I could probably lock in a few busts and not have to worry about it, but I don't want to do it that way. I would much prefer to have a very clear, this is what I'm going to do and this is why I have it, chain of reasoning that I can point to in terms of text. So that's one of the reasons why I'm looking through the details. Yeah, the music is wonderful. I have no idea when actually, let's just take a second and make sure that that's not available on the store page now. They will be making it available as DLC, but I'm sure some of you may have noticed that Weather Factory's been doing a lot of work, and I have a feeling that probably all of this extra stuff that they're doing for the game comes at the expense of some of the other things that they're looking to do. Yeah, so no soundtrack on the site yet. I noticed a couple of YouTube channels which have sort of ripped the music and have put it on YouTube, which I kind of get, especially with the lack of soundtrack available. But I mean, in the end, these are people who are enriching themselves essentially at the expense of Mickey Moore Productions, which I don't really feel very good about. So I've resisted the temptation to listen to those myself, and I just keep it on in the game. But yeah, hopefully they'll be making that available soon. Okay. Here in a vessel shaped by fire and fate, George Collars can find a flame in human flesh, a blazing shadow of a blazing future, a name of greed and time. Green called it the sun's bastard grandchild. Van Loren warned of the second dawn's first spark, but Collars spoke of it reverently as the leashed flame's true heir. Okay. A lot of details in terms of what lived in the cells, which makes sense. And then details of Collars, which again makes sense. When a prisoner resisted all other interventions, Collars would bring them here to test and refine their worth. His success might be transferred to Zurich or turned over to the Légion de Seoul to earn their humanity, or even at least once released. But his successes were not numerous. Here at last is where the fire began and where it ended, when the power below the prison was released. It came here to interview Collars. Perhaps it intended to put him in his own device, but it seems there was not nearly enough of him left for that. Okay. Yeah, so unfortunately I wasn't able to glean. Nope. Yeah. And then here we're getting a lot of information about the Dawn, so it's a little less likely that we would we would see things specifically about the Curia. However, there is the vault. Did the Curia of the Isle construct this vault? They were not long. Most of them were not long. So they were not the Obliviates, that society of unseen immortals bound by 3 oaths. But this vault does seem to reference the oath called the Silver Chain, which forbade men to lie with women or women with men. For what may come is not always the crime of the sky, yet that is a furious danger. So I think in this case I'm going to say I'm going to need to read the books again to get some of the details. But as far as people that I have, we've got Fraser Strathcoyne, we've got Serena Blackwood. We have a number of the potentially the abbots, and they may have a place somewhere in here which I haven't appreciated yet. We've added lightning, so maybe we're upgrading from rain to a storm now. But yeah, sorry. So focusing on what we know we can put on the stairs, we've got Strathcoyne, we've got Blackwood, we've got Natalia Brulot, and I think that's it. Well, that would make sense because, of course, we only have three of the others. So if we could find out who Thirza Blake's predecessor was, I suppose that would make some sense. So I suppose David Green is the one who comes in to make the deal with the Nocturnal branch to sort of refinance the library. And then I suppose if it was, we're talking about Natalia Brulot, hang on. Was the key to the... Yeah, Brulot's retirement in 1861. The Curia found itself short of promising candidates until the arrival of William Harries, the former Dutch Lutheran priest and sometimes correspondent of Stanislav Schaller. So the one thing that we would know is that if we're looking for the successor to Natalia Brulot, I wouldn't want, in this case here, I wouldn't want to put her in the 6th position because, of course, we know that Thirza is the 7th, so she would fall under the 5th or the 4th. But unfortunately, I don't know. I suppose from that, I would need to know who followed after Husher, and I don't think we have a story. We have a story about Husher's departure, but I don't think we have a story about his successor. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves, but on the 9th of January 1838, heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left his resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. So then we can also get a date. We can sort of constrain the dates. So we would need to know here. So Brulot's retirement in 1861. So basically, if we take these two dates, so 38 to 61, that would basically be 20-something years as a librarian, which is possible. But let's say it's one of the less likely of the outcomes. Oh yeah, sorry, I should also mention that we need a 10th slot. Now, I'm pretty sure that Strathcoyne goes here. Yeah. You know what? I don't think this speculation is really helping me right now. I think it's probably better for me to just focus on leveling up the Great Sign and the Great Scars. So we're going to wait for Reverend Timothy to become available. We will use him to get whatever memories we can, and when a minute passes, we'll read the details from the books, and then we'll see where we're at in terms of leveling up our skill. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. I'm going to take a little bit of dinner as well, if you don't mind. So the other task, I believe we had worked out a game plan for being able to get the two rooms that I have access to open. The challenge there is I do need to dedicate elements of the soul to be able to get them in line. And in fairness, I still don't have the Sacrament Malachite to work with, so I may want to hold off on that. But We'll see. The thing right now is I don't really need to worry about that dilemma until I actually have the hireling available, so I don't spend too much time thinking about it. All right, imperfections. Pomander, Lightsmith, and Lantern Long describes the process of transinhabitation, which he calls a manifestation of imperfection. Lantern Long lack bodies, and so cannot normally leave the Mansus, but they can steady glint in the physical world by establishing a road of glass. Pomander notes with disgust that the Order of Long, called the Obliviates, refer to it as scrining, which he considers a debased term. Pomander explains the benefits of transinhabitation, that a Lantern Long can affect the senses and thoughts of those nearby, that they can even enter their spirits, and that they can employ the senses of those inhabited to experience again the scent of blossom in season. This seems to be what interests him the most. He insists that Lantern Long should only ever inhabit a mirror of silver, not silvered glass, but he declines to explain why. So, pattern, something fits just right. Here we have The Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's turn, when Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the hours of the Triple Knot, as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antaios. Lagia accepts, setting aside the arts of the low red sun associated with Antaios. She bargains, however, for freedom for her daughters. The hours of the Triple Knot accept casually, knowing that Lagia has devoured her daughters, but wily Lagia has decided in the secret hollow of her heart that she will adopt any who ask, if they can prove their fierceness. The traditions described here, the ones generally described as hill and hollow, are associated with Lagia before her turn, but now she's a name of the Red Grail. They might also be safely used before an altar of the Triple Knot. Which in this case here, I suspect because we have already used... I don't even think I could add the shaft here, but... I think we might have gotten a treasure of the house had we done that before. But I don't necessarily regret not using Hill and Hollow. Okay, we still have some more books that we've read, so also it's always worth noting here, so we've got the Rowanarium. Rowena the Legion, protectress of the house, holds the mayor's key of Wormstone, which opens the door to nowhere. Now and then she has lent it unwisely, but only once has she lent it to use. And the Rowanarium. There were once a brother and sister who loved each other greatly. They resolved that they were one soul split into two bodies, and their greatest wish was to become one. They found the hidden isle where the twins, the sister and witch, had arrived when they crossed the great ocean, and a sacred pool on which the moon shone only once a year. There they spoke with the twins in dreams, and they learnt how they might become conjoined as one flesh and immortal. Now the brother's resolution failed her, and though he loved his sister, he could not choose to spend eternity joined in one flesh. The sister could not persuade him, and she would not abandon him or force him, so they used their arts to live long lives, close but separate, and they made a double foundation of monks and nuns as chaste as they had always been, but each nun had her brother twin, and none could enter alone. In time, the sister found her own immortality, and to this day she walks the world by moonlight. The brother died, and his bones are buried in the room beneath the well, but his children live on. So, I'm still trying to figure out if these are similar stories or these are in fact the same people, because the game definitely likes sort of its parallels. And I seem to remember I actually had a book that resolved that for me, but again, I'm trying to remember this over multiple playthroughs, and it's surprisingly difficult. An Almanac of Entrances, a handbook of sealed and unsealed byways and shortcuts through the bounds, compiled by William Harries in the 1860s during his term as librarian of Hush House. Now that actually tells us something here. So Brulot retired in 1861. No, we still have Harries. Yeah, not as important as I thought. Harries discusses the role played by the Legion du Sol and the Company of the Wolf in Gold in warding the bounds against outside influences. He warns that bounds travelers may themselves be considered outside influences. The Mansus, as Ys, lacks walls, and Ys and the Mansus both have their gates, and there may be no gate without a wall. Thus the paradox resolves, as all those who walk and dream will learn, but the wood has neither gate nor wall, and so it is the wood whose roots may creep after us into the hours of our waking. Secret threshold. It is not easy to draw our own doors, but it's not impossible. All right, one more text for those of you who don't like the reading. All right, so this was the Lake Fusino recordings of the folk dances of the Fusine marshes, the wailing of flutes, the roaring of drums, cries like birds lost in the marshes. These are the songs the sisters sang to the witch, that the thunderskin roared to the sky, the songs with which the Duendrazones of the Mansis keep their vigil. Once heard, they are not forgotten. A beguiling melody, a sweet enchantment of a song. Okay. The time has come, so we're talking about the good music. Golden Sun's got a nice little theme to it. All right, another flute. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve the skill to level 4. So we'll need 4 memories to be able to move up. In terms of Reverend Timothy, he could probably get us 2, but the question at this point is it going to be worth it to earn these extra memories? So I would need to go to the Sweet Bones to recover my shot, and then I would also need to recover elements of the soul in order to be able to level it up. And again, I'm willing to do it, but it's I kind of need a little bit of an indication that we're going somewhere where it would be worth spending the money. Right, the skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. I think it would be fair to say, of the days, this would be the one where it's most likely for me to get 2 levels. And if I don't, then I think I should just prep for two individual days where I'm upgrading this skill, and then as a result, I should plan out the day accordingly. Okay. At this point, I think I'm just going to say that I sort of wasted the element of the soul listening for the beguiling melody, but it's not that big of a deal. I think that I'd be taking a victory lap if it had turned out. So sometimes when you take a risk, it doesn't always turn out. What you hope for is just on balance, you take the ones that are in your favor, so that you can wind up in a better place. I guess it's a little bit like, I mean, this can be very tedious when you hear people talk about it. There's a wonderful Twitter account called TikTok Investors. And there was one, it was, POV of the worst date of your life, and it's, some guy going on about the stock market. And, I think eventually there's some stuff about working out and that, but like everybody knows this kind of guy, and it's just this poor woman just sort of sitting there, enduring the conversation. But with that in mind, the analogy I'm thinking of is it is a little bit like a stock analogy that you make here, right? Which is you can't necessarily predict the individual performance of a company with certainty, which is why the portfolio approach is preferred. And then the idea here is that you're taking a collection of things that you think have a higher than average chance to produce an outsized return in order to realize an overall gain. So sort of knowing that some of this stuff, or even the idea of like a derivative, right? Or insurance, like technically you wouldn't, if you're going for like absolute maximum return. So this one's a little bit of a shame, right? We got the Grail at the end, but there's no way that we're going to... Well, I shouldn't say no way. There is a chance for me to be able to level this up. So I would get the Faust and then the Shaft over the course of 2 minutes. We would take the God... Nope, actually, because I need 4. Yeah, it's not worth it here. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says, but he doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. But yeah, like even though I'm not exactly going for an optimal playthrough of Book of Hours, although in my view the optimal playthrough is the one where you sort of feel like you've stamped your, you've kind of put your mark on the game and you've achieved what you wanted to get out of it. The idea here is that bringing in those, you know, quote unquote risky choices, right? Like using an element of the soul for something that may not turn out. As usual, it's one of these ones where I would say they're a better chance, you know, better than 50% chance, let's say, that it turns out. And if I do that enough times, it usually tends to push in my favor. Whether or not it actually does that, I don't know, because I don't know the probabilities in the game, but it's generally worked out for me so far. So for tomorrow, we're going to focus on 4 elements of the soul. So we'll take the Shapt because we need that. So I think we take the Foss, the Whist, and the Tristan. Maybe with the health, we'll go and do some gardening. We are in summer, which means that we can get some more Trumpeter's Lily, which in fairness, we don't need a whole lot more of. But I think it's actually fair to say that most of the flowers that I have, even the Honey Scar Jasmine... Oh, actually, you know what? We're short on Honey Scar Jasmine, so maybe that's one that I should handle. And then the garden I've been meaning to spend a little bit more time with. Okay. Honey Scar Jasmine in autumn, so that would not be relevant here. Another cloudy day, so not too much to go with there. And an offer from Oriflamme's Against Vitruvius, a 14th century treatise on esoteric mechanics and parahydraulics by Abbot Ranulph, best known as a Mason architect. So that's a 6 sky text. It's 4, so it's not cheap, but we do have the iron. I think we'll buy it. Oriflamme's thanks you for your custom. Okay. Yeah, I think I am going to take the Trumpeter's Lily. In summer, Trumpeter's Lily flourishes like a shout. So I don't want to spend too much time going through the books again, but I would like to get things that I haven't read yet. So Intimations of Skin or Geminiad 3. Okay, there it is. All right, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Now, because we're not picking up Reverend Timothy, we can go for things like the Gossip and all of the other ones from our own on the books. So Matthias and Amethyst Imago Pursuit sounds like a good choice because it has been a while since I've read one of those. So Winding Stair or on What is Contained by Silver, and I'd actually prefer What is Contained by Silver if I can. That's just because that's the other Pomander text. Or I should say another Pomander text. It may be that there's more that I'm just not aware of. don't think it would be in this higher level. I feel like this is one we would have read earlier. Well, by their marks you shall know them was a pattern one that I could use. I'll put this as a maybe. I really would have thought that I'd have that one. Pretty sure it's like a Greek text. Okay, well, I can't argue with, what I see with my eyes, so let's read by their marks you shall know them. Let's see if I can get the Larkabine Codex. Okay, here we go. I was about to say I'm clearly missing something if I. Okay, we'll read all the text for these, but I didn't want to read the covers again just because I wind up reading it twice. Now, it does mean that today there's going to be a bit of a long wait, but again, this is because we're upgrading great signs and great signs and great scars. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And then with the acquisition of a new book, I figure we'll read that one right away because the sky text is not that hard to move up. And then I think what I wind up doing is I wind up splitting my attention between the radical measure glossed and trying to find a worker to help me out. And then it would be nice for me to mess around a little bit to try and find metal, or maybe, I would like to basically just find a little bit more to do with the serpentinite slab. So in addition to being able to use it in the foundry, we also have, where was it? The sculptor's bench, labor seriously. Hang on. Wanted to see if I could do a self-portrait. All right. Text time. The Intimations of Skin, fiendishly complex, weirdly distorted illustrations of Congress and anatomy by the haunted visionary painter Niels Fredrik Malsker. Malsker illuminates the evolutions of the names of the Grail with unfortunate clarity. It seems that a lovely who consumes an ivory becomes an ivory. A lovely who consumes a thirstly becomes a thirstly. A lovely who consumes a name of another hour might take its place. In the penultimate illustration, a lovely grapples with a fungoid knot that can only be a name of the crown growth. The lovely's mouth and other portals gape wide, and the growth name is already partially engulfed. But it seems that Malsker couldn't bring himself to illustrate the result, and the final illustration is only a scrawled, bloated obscurity. On Matthias and the Amethyst Imago, Pursuit, an account of an occult romance. A certain mech claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation into the Theban branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who use the arts of water to conceal themselves. Matthias defied us to hunt the names of the moth in the wood to populate his pinned collection. The amethyst Imago had dallied with the witch and sister, but she'd returned to the wood to plead the moth's pardon. The moth, as a whim or a penance, sent her out to lure the Long to a slough of nightmares. Matthias loved the Imago, did he? Can Long love, or has that organ of their soul desiccated beyond repair? The Imago loved Matthias, did she, or did she only enact a whim? He pursued her through the wood, but at last she turned aside from the nightmare slough, and they lay together where the bounds grow bright. So they learnt the Grail's pleasures, and this is the lore they won. The Larkabine Codex. Christoph Larkabus claims to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of the Codex from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in 2 wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth, and met in secret to seek union. When the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the painted river, where they entered the Mansus through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with a condemnation of the Grail. And finally, by their marks you shall know them, a monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, provides advice on finding the weak spots of Long. Little Sophia observes dryly, should one desire to slay an immortal, it is most practical to do so before they become immortal entirely. She details the marks, the changes that Long undergo as they abandon their mortal condition. As the lantern Long begins to abandon its flesh, its skin becomes loose, its bones soften. The 6th mark is observed thus, when the flesh between the finger and the thumb can be pulled to the final finger joint. And that gets us the pattern that we were looking for. Okay. So again, the aim behind this is to try and give myself a refresher without specifically going out of the way to read the books on their own. So the hope here is that basically by changing up the books that I read each time, those are going to provoke little memories of, oh, hang on, I seem to remember ... and then from there that'll give me what I need to solve a few more puzzles. But our main focus right now will be to get the higher level of Great Signs and the Great Scars. So that one is going to involve some kind of a refresher for me, either because I'm going to be getting Reverend Timothy and hoping he provides 2 memories. Well, actually, yeah, I guess with 2 memories that wouldn't... I wouldn't need the refresher then. But yeah, so either I'm going to be trying to get Reverend Timothy, or I'm going to be needing to refresh an element of the soul for just to generate the 5 that are required. Right, the skill is now level 5, its power aspects have also increased. Some glyphs are too obscure to reside in any language, but too potent to remain unwritten. But I think what I'll do for tomorrow, if we get weather, that's great. The only weather that's really going to help us here would be rain, so I don't want to count on it, but you never know. But yeah, the idea here is going to be I will bring in Reverend Timothy because that's an element of the soul I can recover right away. The remaining elements of the soul, I apparently forgot one. The remaining elements of the soul will be going towards things like the beguiling melody and similar results. And the logic behind that is I'm hoping that Reverend Timothy gives me something that I need. If it doesn't turn out that way, it's not the end of the world, but at the very least, that saves me the effort of doing more refreshing. And then, of course, if I wind up with a spare at the end, that's fine. I can always work at the Sweet Bones or do something else. But after that, it does turn out, after all of this work, we still have 2 more texts to read, even before we wind up opening any new rooms. So... It's nice that even though we're getting close to a point where I would have said, okay, this is where I actually need to start evaluating whether or not I want to commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms, we're still running into some situations where I have more things I want to do than I can accomplish on a given day. All right, Oriflams, thanks you for your custom. So we will... I guess I'll put this one to the right because I can read it right away. I want to be a little careful of what I'm doing with my Spintria because we've got... it should only cost us 1 to get a language, and we're unlikely to claim the language given that we have visitors that will be stopping by. I don't know, this one I've been able to satisfy everybody's visits. While we're waiting, maybe it's time to... I think I'm going to go room by room each day. So just a reminder of each of the details. So the Keeper's Lodge. For 500 years, in the times we call baronial, curia, nocturnal, there was always a keeper to watch the ways, weed the gardens, mend the roof when the sun was shining. There is no keeper now, but the lodge's roof still weathers the storms of Brandkrug Bay. So there's a basket of clean laundry, a morning luxury. The lodge guest bed, stout, rustic, snug. Use a matching soul card to move your belongings in. They make this your bed, or place a matching visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. Got a lodge fireplace. Fire always accepts gifts and boils the kettle for tea. The hush house key, heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn, heavy enough to brain someone, though you'd need both hands for that too. The fractured mirror, cracked and fly-specked. The potted dragon tree, a determined spiky little survivor. Sea holly, unbelled spiny flowers, the steel blue of a winter afternoon. Straw cushion chair, upholstered without any particular skill. Cater and Hero Second Flush of Sam, tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Cater and Hero. A shaving mirror, snip snip. A bowl of sea-blessed pears, smooth as butter and wonderfully juicy. Dawnline coffee, a half pot, coffee from beyond the great deserts. A shadowless silk, a variant of the Persian silk tree, golden as the shadowless kings. And honey scar scented candle, a candle scented with honey scar jasmine. So this is, of course, this would be a reason for me to be doing some more gardening because I do have the ability to make candles. The Watchman's Tower Gatehouse. Back in the 11th century, Brian of Brittany built the tower and its gate to protect St. Brendan's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later, the Barons de Wolf strengthened the gate against their many enemies, but it's a long time now since Hush House was any kind of fortress. And by the time the scholars of the Curia took possession, this place had long been a comfortable waiting room for visitors to the house too minor to merit immediate attention. Raveline Summer, a dry spell in a still place. The Tattered Outlaw, Thyrza Blake, 7th Librarian of Hush House, liked painting donkeys. No one else liked her donkey paintings, but Thyrza never cared much what other people liked. Okay, so we're on to the new day. So it did occur to me that if I move the shaft aside, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... we don't actually need to use an element of this. We don't need to bring up Reverend Timothy, and I think I'm going to do it this way. So this time we're going to read the Gemini at Volume 3. Actually, let's wait for the weather. Okay, sunny day. So I'll read the Gemini at Volume 3 here, assuming that we have it. I believe we do. And I do need to remember to add the language skill. I'm going to see if I can find the Queens of the Rivers in here. Actually, I think I read that one already, so let's try it. That's actually up. Well, you know what? Let's go for it anyway. I'm curious if I have On the Winding Stair. I don't recall. I feel like I should.
Okay. So again, as with these other ones, I don't want to spend too much time hunting down those texts. So next one. The Elations of Lamentius. All right. Actually, this may still, this may actually give me some information that I was looking for elsewhere. Okay, I'm curious about this next one. So I'm looking for the deaths of the moon or crossing at noon. And I'll be honest with you, I don't actually remember either of these. Well, there we go. And then the Geminiad Volume 2 is a nice little closer for the session. We didn't even need to cross into the deeper parts of the house. Oh, I can't do that because I'm focused on the one language. Rose of Nuriel it is then. Okay, so while we do that, I'm going to continue my tour of the house. All right. So the red deer antlers, not quite hair, not quite teeth, but proof that someone killed something. The Yeth-hound horns, in times past the Yeth pursued the impious and impure across the moors of the country. Hendrik de Wolf never liked them. A lingering repose, upholstered in a velvet of peculiar richness that invites the hand. An expansive chair, upholstered in a velvet of peculiar richness that invites the hand. Sit down a while. You've earned it. The treasury of shelters. It's like an armory for not getting pneumonia. A vase of gorse, as Cornish a plant as any. And yet another expansive chair. Up one step. The Watchman's Tower, first floor. The notorious Ava de Wolf, first and last Baroness Brandkrug, liked this room, because this side of the house carried the fewest memories of her poor father Valentine, so she could eavesdrop on the conversations of visitors waiting below, or just because of how the pale light slanted through the windows in the last days of winter. So as above, so below, a framed page of illustrated vellum. Up close, the colors dazzle and puzzle, and we will return to that after I am done reading the books. The Geminiad 3, a fragile manuscript illuminated with the twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language Fusine is much older. Coral decorates its cover, and its page edges are sharp enough to slash a throat. These pages outline the nature and the doctrines of an hour that demands the union of what has been separated, an hour that is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon, the witch and sister. The language is elusive, enigmatic, intricate. It'll take some untangling. The third volume of the Geminiad reminds us that the witch and sister has been known to manifest as the sister and witch, and that this face may heal while the other face is always hungry. It implies connections between the witch and sister and the hours of the wood, especially the secret keeper called the Velvet. But it is ambiguous on whether the witch and sister is a wood hour proper. And it speaks at length about the sadness of the two who are one, sadness which remains from their time as flesh. Okay. On to The Queens of the Rivers, a surreal contemporary play by the enigmatic Monica Medina, in which the Queens of the Rivers are murdered one by one. The Queen of the Vistula is poisoned, the Queen of the Dnieper chokes on a fishhook, the Queen of the Tagus is burnt alive. The culprit, it transpires, is the audience. The surviving queens are directed to execute whatever audience members do not escape. A surprisingly lucid epilogue suggests that the correspondence of river names with historical events does provide clues to secret histories behind our own. The Crossing to Noon. The mystic Garcia Sowry gives a picturesque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, Prince of Wines, and Ava de Wolfe, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. For a long time, the Black Bone pondered her next move until the moon dared to peep from behind a cloud, and the prince completed the composition of his third sestina. But the lady met the blind gaze of its open pores, waiting for the tide. Garcia Sowry acknowledges in an epilogue that it is widely known that Ava in fact tragically drowned herself and her twin infant granddaughters without ever making such a journey. But he adds contemptuously, it is also widely known that the city unbuilt will so remain, that only one history is ever written, and that Janus is a Mansus prank. The Elations of Lamentius, the second volume of Abbot Geoffrey's hypothetical theological debates in the Socratic mode. If Janus were an hour, Lamentius might be counted among his names, but Janus has never passed that threshold, and so Lamentius is not. Geoffrey discusses the signs upon the threshold, drawing comparisons between the duties of guest and host, and the status accorded to hours and other powers who dwell in, are permitted in, or are forbidden access to the House of the Sun. It was, of course, Geoffrey who later invited censure by giving sanctuary to Natan of Regensburg, in an age when the Jews were, by royal order, unwelcome anywhere in the kingdom. So maybe it is Natan's... Oh, crap. So there was something that Ambrose had done, so... The Rose of Nuriel, a volume of collected teachings of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories, but in some was very powerful indeed. This was recorded by Nuriel and dedicated to Saint Tryphon. St. Tryphon, Nuriel explains, performed secret miracles in the name of she who bleeds and bears, and she who opens. Thus St. Tryphon opened the way to the house of the sun. Thus St. Tryphon underwent the great rebirth and ascension to immortality. St. Tryphon began his ascension by passing the horn door. St. Tryphon continued his ascension by learning the invocation Theatic, which Nuriel does not here record on account of its extreme holiness. And Nuriel explains grimly, to achieve the 7 marks of the Great Birth, St. Tryphon consumed those whose soul had left them, even those in whom the soul remained. So I guess it's a little late for me to be experimenting with elements of the soul right now, but if it was Natan that was the source of the trouble... Yeah, so that's Natan's desk. The motley bed is where I'm currently... sleeping. Trying to think whatever else I might be able to apply my Sacrolamea to. We've already done this with the dispensary. Oh, hang on. What about the barber's chair? Nope, nope. Although again, like, Natan isn't exactly a secret, so... Although we can put... No. I guess it would help if I actually considered the... Alright, well, I've obviously blown... Nope, here we go. Alright, at last I'm something of an authority in this. Improve the skill to level 6. And again, we're sort of done for the day in terms of things that we can do, so let's carry on with the exploration of the house. So we did As Above, So Below, a night sky chair, velvet smooth as midnight, starstruck chair, velvet soft as starlight, barren silence astrolabe. Thomas de Wolfe used this in his calculations, but it's much older than he was. And Ava's desk, a magnificent 18th century secretary desk commissioned for Lady Ava de Wolfe, last of the Brandkrug de Wolfes. And then the Watchman's Tower, the observatory, Thomas de Wolf, second Baron Brandkrug, who they called Baron Silence, built this observatory in 1576, by happy coincidence just in time to observe the passage of the Great Comet in 1577. So I think, as I said before, this doesn't necessarily get me something I didn't have before. So Resurgences and Emergences and Tridisma Hyra already give me what I need for Grail, whereas Edicts Liminal gives me a higher level of knock. But it may be that the Great Signs and Great Scars gives me a higher level Keeper recipe, for instance. And from there, that just means that I'm able to do more. I'm going to be able to experiment with crafting and such. Okay, I don't think I did the mirror scope, so bewildering and occasionally useful. Dear Lens, a fiendishly simple and wretchedly fragile optical device. Kitty's armchair. This looks very like the armchair in which Kitty Mazarine, second librarian, sat for Elbreton's famous group portrait. Let me just make sure that Kitty's in the second librarian spot. I believe this is the case, but yes. A telescope. The scholars of the house watch the courses of the stars to determine their pasts and understand their future. And that covers our first sort of vertical line. Okay, Practic Garden. In the early days of St. Brendan's Abbey, the brothers practiced the arts of war here. So it was that in baronial times the garden became a favorite of the martial quarrelsome de Wolfs. St. Brendan's Cloister. Sorry, I should be reading all the details here. So, garden, the shining pear, Pyrus auriculanus in summer and autumn. The Practic Garden dummy. Since the Napoleonic War, he has been punched, thumped, stabbed, and shot by amateurs, by professionals, and by tipsy guests after dinner. No wonder he looks so cross. I'm sorry, I can't remember if I read this or not, but in the early days of St. Brendan's Abbey, the brothers practiced the arts of war here, so it was that in baronial times the garden became a favorite of the martial quarrelsome de Wolfs. Then St. Brendan's Cloister, the sisters and brothers of the Abbey, built these gardens in the 13th century at the height of the period we now call Solar Gothic. Walk here a while and breathe the peace they left. Sea holly in summer, blue crown in winter. That's really all there is here. The Long Tower, Solomon's study. In 1818, the very Reverend Solomon Husher became third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan, although the Curia generally liked a little more luxury. No one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. So, lots of Curia symbols here, incidentally. We've got the Pale Desk. Solomon Husher himself commissioned this from Lockwood Fen Boggue, blackened and half fossilized by centuries underwater. Here at this desk he wrote his doomy allegory of winter and its romance with the sun. When he blotted the last word on his manuscript and rose from his work, the timber had turned pale as fresh-cut maple, or so the story goes. We have Whispering Sand, white silver sand, in which the voice of the waves lingers. Naveen Parchment. I guess I didn't read the quire of paper. Creamy smooth, eagerly awaiting ink. Naveen Parchment, pale as the first wisp of a mountain cloud. Perniculate, deadly. Use gloves to read text produced with this pigment, an ink of power, sometimes considered an unsanctioned ink. A year tally, a chitty worth an additional year of life, scrupulously obtained through carefully balanced thaumaturgic attention to the cindered tally of the madrigad. A widow's candle, light it in remembrance. A chalice candle, a chantel scented with fragrant chalice. And then we won't worry with the books because we'll be reading those on our own. Up another step. The Long Tower, Solomon's quarters. Generally reckoned the chilliest room in the house, the Long Tower was usually called the Winter Tower until Julian Cosley, magus, epistler, reputed long, dwelt here briefly in the 17th century. Solomon Husher was the second known to sleep in the room. Evidently, they didn't mind the cold. Does everybody know the song that we play whenever we see a mention of Julian Cosley? Another widow's candle, sand. An hourglass, of course, is sand contained by sand. The foundation of the sun. Long ago in this country, one did not build a church without first sacrificing a white bull to the sun in rags. Solomon Husher brought this tapestry with him from, well, wherever it was that Solomon came from. And the Solomon bed. Julian Cosley and Solomon Husher, both great sages of winter, slept in this bed, although not simultaneously. No one, the story runs, has ever managed a serene night's sleep in it since. Use a matching soul card to move your belongings in and make this your bed, or place a matching visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. Okay, so we're ready to move on to some of our other tasks here. So I think the first thing that I want to do is read against Vitruvius, a 14th century treatise on esoteric mechanics and parahydraulics by Abbot Ranulph, best known as a Mason architect. So I'm going to use whist here, and it's not because whist is related to the sky, it's just that I'm going to be able to get the sky through sights and sensations. So I can master this mystery, enough sky to match mystery sky. The next question here would be, do I want to try something with the radical measure? So the original Radical Measures was a manifesto for experimental poetry with occult properties, written in the 19th century by Dr. Aaron Peel. The original is notoriously incoherent. Much later, Christopher Olopoli took on the task of editing and glossing it. He has taken some liberties, but the updated version is generally well regarded. So, in terms of what I have to be able to read the radical measure, let's start by looking at my highest level rows, and I seem to remember that this is a pretty weak one for me. Yeah, I think we're falling all the way down to Path and Pilgrim. Yeah, so with Path and Pilgrim, if I bring in a memory, that brings it up to 7. If I bring in the lunar globe, that brings it up to 8. And so effectively, we're relying on 2 memories to bring this home. I think I'm willing to do it, but there's something I want to do first. Wait. Nourishing vegetable. There's a reference to the vineyard. So, nourishing vegetables in summer and autumn. The gentle climate of Cornwall supports grapevines, harvest in spring and summer. Okay, let's start with that. The Gull colony. Steal eggs from the seabirds or find what seabirds have stolen. Sea rolls below. Okay. What is the sea? You know what? Let's try Pearl and Tide. Feels a little more appropriate. So the Foss can be used on the seagulls again, but the shaft is the one that is open. So with that in mind... Nope, unfortunately, I don't think I have what it takes. Yeah, the shaft is not going to work on either of those slots. So what I was going to try and do was hatch one of the eggs. But I can't do that with a shaft, so let's think about what I can do with a shaft. I could try and make a Witching to Sane. In fact, I could also try and make a Ruby-Wise Ruin. It takes a little bit of finesse. So Dispensary isn't my first choice, but I might... Nope, so we can use the shaft. All right, desires and disillusions. I'm focusing on the wrong thing. But I'm short on the... Oh, that's right. We've gone over this a couple of times before. Okay, so we take the Witching to Sane, which I have left to the side here. There we go. Brew a Grail liqueur. And for my curiosity... Yeah, we'll just settle for that. So again, this is really more about the fact that I have a book that I've already been reading, and so it's kind of a free day. Tomorrow we're probably going to wind up using some elements of the soul to level something up. But I think this is the time where maybe I consider renewing my search for specialized workers. Although again, it would not hurt if I tried to learn some more crafting recipes. But I figure I'll be in a better place to handle crafting recipes after I've read all of the relevant books. So I'm not going to consider the Radical Measure to be a major project. Maybe what I'll do is I'll set aside a subset of my elements of the soul to try and make that happen. But the rest of it will be just be a kind of it'll be a side project, right? I'll just kind of keep renewing that until we get sufficiently lucky. Okay, so Against Vitruvius, a 14th century treatise on esoteric mechanics and parahydraulics by Abbot Ranulf, best known as a Mason architect. Ranulf describes how he tested some of these techniques in the construction of the Winter Tower, now called the Long Tower. He admits to unexpected consequences. And we have just collected a lot of stuff, so sea-strewn, salt-snared stuff. More grapes, a juicy blush purple. Let's put you on the shelf. I think I'm running out of space for the sand in the foundry. Another egg. So this is encouraging because it seems to me like I'm able to, so I can use the gull. I can use the gull's egg. But I can. How do I put this? With the gull's egg, I'm able to. I'm also able to produce the other egg items. And again, I'm really curious about the living relic. So, yeah, I'm gonna wait on the text before we decide what to do with that Faust. I definitely don't mind raiding the seagulls again, but let's actually make sure that that's the right call here. Alright, Ranulf mentions that the tower of Ely Cathedral collapsed around the time the Winter Tower was completed, although he stops short of suggesting that one was the cause of another. A tower falls, a tower rises, is all he'll commit to. So we got a pattern for that, and a lesson for lockworks and clockwork. So let me just take a quick second here. I'm assuming most of you are familiar with the Vitruvian Man, but Vitruvius was an architect. It's still a reference to Vitruvius, but obviously I think probably the name Vitruvius now tends to be associated more with anatomy than construction. So realistically, this might have worked. I think I'm just going to leave it be, though. I think I'm just as happy to... Yeah, I think I'm just as happy to leave the various elements of the soul to leveling up Lockworks and Clockworks on my own time. We'll just go back to the seagull. I mean, I can also work at the sweet bones, but that's not as interesting as getting stuff, so... I guess for this one I'll use sights and sensations. And then I guess we're back to our little tour. So yeah, we finished this room. We already went through this one. So let's go from just the bottom to the top here. So we've got the Scent Garden. This too dates from the time of the Abbey, but in summer neither sisters nor brothers were permitted to spend more than a single hour here. Excuse me, lest the temptation of savors overwhelm them. And then we have the descriptions of what we can harvest. Moth orchids in spring and summer, honey scar jasmine in autumn, fragrant chalice in summer, Lenten rose in winter, rarer plants might flourish in Numa. Hurricane lamp, proof against storm, wind, and moth swoop alike. So the entrance hall, the beginning of the house proper. The curia used to issue gloves and slippers of soft leather to protect the books and premises. Visitors were often asked to remove their shoes. Pause a moment and listen to the histories. So lots of items in here to examine. The leaves in the wind, a soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and wanted you to know it. Saint Melissenth. Visionary philosopher alchemist, most revered and most heterodox of the Isles abbesses. An inscription in Latin reads, "The cross died not, but passed within." I believe that is 3 subscriptions tonight, so thank you very much, Matrix Disc, and thank you for 2 months in your journey of becoming long. We actually just heard another reference to Julian Cosley earlier, so at this point I feel I need to provide... I gotta get that on like an alert or something. Anyways, I very much appreciate the subscriptions, all of you. Now, I haven't seen one of these before. Wind rumor. If the cloud were a canvas, who spread it? If the sky were a sheet, who knotted it? A wind rumor is an auspice found in the sky by those who look too long, interpretable only by the wise. So that's going to be one that I take a look at. I don't even know if I'd be able to construct that so much as just keep an eye out for that with the gull colony. Okay. But yes, visionary philosopher, alchemist, most revered and most heterodox of the Isles abbesses. An inscription in Latin reads, "The cross died not, but passed within." Authority. Once the shepherd's crook represented the authority of the church. Perhaps the Suppression Bureau kept it here because they liked the idea of authority in general. We have Abbot Thomas with the bird on his head. Thomas was one of the first abbots here at the beginning of the Solar Gothic period. This bust is much more recent, a 19th century bronze. An inscription reads, "Speech, the first word." Crowcross Sands at high tide, a gloomy study of the sea in gloomy weather. Lignum vitae blank, the hardest of all woods. Abbot Geoffrey. It was Abbot Geoffrey who gave Natan of Regensburg sanctuary here and decreed the building of the Barber's Tower where Natan and his family could dwell. In 15th century England, only a determined and well-respected abbot could have persuaded the brothers to shelter a Jewish physician. You've unlocked all but 2 rooms in this house, and out of curiosity, you have started investigating some things and comforts in the house. Yeah, it's something that I want to do where I can, but the challenge is that I'm already quite slow in terms of progress. So I would actually like to consider all of these, but that's something I give up by not having more elements of the soul. So in this case here, I've just found that there's a little bit more downtime as I renew my elements of the soul. And so in this case, this has just been a nice chance for me to review a few things. So apparently there are surprises waiting in one of them. You're not referring to the delightful repose placed by the curia of the isle to allow rest before an ascent or after a descent. The boy prays. There's no sign of a boy in this distorted, menacing image, and no one seems to be praying. Sister, priestess, oracle, queen, a very old image from the dawn period with a simple inscription. A soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and wanted you to know it. Lady Rowena, for as long as there has been a hush house, there have been stories of its enigmatic protectress. Lady de Braus, sometimes known affectionately as the First Ava, Lady de Braus never visited the Isle, but it was her generous endowment that allowed the abbey to thrive and grow in the 13th century. And Fraser Strathcoyne, this bust is shaped from beeswax. Careful with it. And Serena Blackwood, this bust is carved from alabaster. All right. So I think we'll work on Lockworks and Clockworks. And it's a pretty standard routine that we've got here. So I'll place Shapt. So it's Shapt, Whist, and Faust for this first round here. We can use... Whist. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So it's Sky and Knock we're looking for. So Perugian Diaries is a pretty obvious option for the next one. You're not referring to any particular thing or whatever. Not trying to drop hints, sharing your enjoyment of finding out. Yeah, no, that's fine. I get where you're going with that. Of not only finding out any cool lore, but other surprises that through the process it gives you a feeling of the moment I think I know the house, another layer peels, and there's so much more. Yeah. So one thing you may notice about this particular playthrough, I know exactly what you're talking about. So one thing you may notice about this playthrough is that I have not considered a lot of the items in the house, and that's again just it's hard to fit in the overall set of things that I've been doing. But by not doing so, I have definitely, I've denied myself a few of the surprises that are in the game. And the ones that I know of, no less. And again, one of the things that you gain from considering is more detail. For instance, the donkey painting with Thirza Blake has some more details, if you consider that. It was just one that I was thinking of. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like even if you take the time to just consider something, even if you sort of think you know what you're going to be getting, chances are there's a bit more text waiting for you on the inside. And I know some people are not going to like that because they sort of want everything up front. But I happen to really like this sort of stuff just because, again, as you said, the opportunity to be delighted by renewed interest in even earlier parts of the house. I think it's a nice way that it sort of keeps things fresh and sort of gives you a chance to review the familiar with new eyes. Okay, so this should give me the cheerful ditty. So Confounding Parable also gives us Sky, so we can use that with Ambrose's desk. Which one of these gives me... This can't be it, no. Oh yeah, we read a seventh voice before, so. We've actually done a few of them, so we'll do portions and proportions, but I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So I've got my health and my tryst available. Now, that's not enough for us to be able to handle the radical measure. So in this case, we would use our health and tryst for other things. I think we're just going to go back to claiming items from Crowcross Sands, and in this case, I'm going to visit the moor. It's weaving a knot. Let's try drums and dances. The wind's almost warm. Definitely start your journey with the game from the standpoint, I'm here for the mechanics, if this then that, want to crack the mechanics and win at the game. I think I would have dropped the game at the 20 or 30 hour mark if I'd kept the attitude. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess the thing is that if you're looking for that, like if you're looking to get to the end, I sort of feel like that's why the Earl's U exists. And everybody's going to have their own way of engaging with this stuff, right? But the fact that the game, I mean, even if you just think of the books, like there's this slow drip from Oriflammes. Like if you want to get every book in the game, that actually means you're going to be spending quite a bit of time in Husha. I mean, there might be a way of getting just a huge pile of books, but so far as I can tell, you just sort of have this drip of Oriflammes coming in. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I actually think it's a good way of handling it, but it's definitely, I mean, I kind of keep coming back to the same thing over and over again, but honestly, like what this is it's just an indication that this is not a game like any other game that's available. And for me, I think that's a wonderful thing. I like the fact that games like this exist, because if you happen to like more conventional games, there's nothing wrong with that. All I would say is that, your tastes have been catered to very well. It would be hard to say, that people... Oh, that's a shame. I could have applied the sunny day towards upgrading Lockworks and Clockworks. Probably should have thought that through a little bit better, but there you go. But yeah, all I can say to people who want that is that, your tastes have already been well catered to, whereas... it's very hard. I think this even came up in the interview with GOG, right? Like, on paper, these games shouldn't work, and yet there is a very dedicated number of people... there's a very dedicated group of people who can't get enough of something like that, and of course, I'm one of them. And this isn't really coincidental. Like, Alexis Kennedy's got a GDC talk, which actually talks about designing sort of small experimental games for commercial success. They're rather good talks. I mean, I don't know. So, like, the thing is that I don't have aspirations to be a developer beyond, the casual interest of I stream, I do interact with developers. We talked about the local game dev meetup, for instance. Being able to sort of be in that environment, and the fact that the tools have become very straightforward to use, you can see how this would be appealing to do even as a hobby. And that's obviously quite different from making something like a cultist simulator, which, while it was made in a very short period of time, that was still sort of a focused full-time effort once the Kickstarter was sort of done. As one might expect if there was a Kickstarter. Like, it's not like you do a Kickstarter so that you can sort of keep it as an evenings and weekends project. At that point, you kind of wonder what the money is for. But yeah, I mean, in my view, like the thing that's nice about this is that it sort of defies expectations in useful ways, but it's not so completely its own thing that you don't have any frame of reference for what to do. Like, it's a game that it strikes me that there's a lot of very careful thought about how players interact with games that's gone in. And the reason I say that is just because of all of the different ways that you have those aha moments. Like, it's it's really well done because they feel like the most natural things in the world, right? That, this is you just, finally coming to grips with the game. And yet it's so clear to see, like once you know what to look for, almost like the game itself, it is so clear to see how the game was very carefully crafted to create certain feelings. It may not be that you can sort of set a timer and have an idea of, at the 10-hour mark, the player is going to be around this place. I mean, maybe Weather Factory did that. I don't know. But, just the simple idea of things that are, I don't want to say pain points, but things that are maybe not obvious or things that are maybe realized after the fact. I think, again, because so much of the game seems to be about the individual feelings that you have while you play it. I think, and this is the way it should be, right? It's kind of like if you're reading and you get to those parts where it's clear that the author is like going for the Governor General's award, like they're putting on a big show for you. To a certain extent, like that can be fun in its own way sometimes, but it's not the height of the craft, let's say. It's usually the stuff where you don't actually realize just what's been done to you that sometimes can be the source of delight. On a separate note, and I think some of you will know why this came up, I've been playing a little bit of Sea of Thieves lately. And yes, I know I'm talking about a game that's not Book of Hours while the game is paused, but this will be relevant to some of the other related stream stuff. Or stuff that I do, let's say. So I've been playing a bit of Sea of Thieves. Generally, I like it. It does fall into the trap of some modern games that I don't care for. And I realize this is going to make me sound like a big old softy. I actually really don't like involuntary PvP in games. So it's not that I don't it's not that I shy away from PvP. Like I can do Counter-Strike. I played Dota for ages. I like Battlefield. I'm comfortable enough in that format. But my preference has definitely leaned a little bit more towards single player games. And I'll be honest with you, like some of the times it's just because I really don't want to have to deal with people. Yeah, I'm probably not going to switch branches in the middle of a run just because I can see how that would create potential problems for the run. But I'm happy to incorporate the changes once they come in. But yeah, anyway, sorry. But yeah, so the real sort of blemish on that game for me is the involuntary PvP. So the problem that I have with it is like it's basically the same reason why I don't care that much for battle royales. I did put some time into Apex Legends and I enjoyed that to a certain extent. Although I did also stop playing because of players as well. So that, make of that what you will. But one of the problems I have is I really don't like games where I feel like I am in the I really don't feel like I'm an input to somebody else's play experience, right? So in particular, one thing I'm not crazy about is that there's a number of these games where it feels like the appeal of the PvP element is basically to destroy something that someone else has built, right? So in, a battle royale, you're collecting a bunch of items and the whole point of that is, you kind of break up someone's effort. I mean, obviously Fortnite's not the worst of that. The worst of that stuff is usually like Rust and so on. But it's obviously a very popular style of gaming. It's an experience that people seem to want to have. But it's one that's not for me. The closest that I would go to would be Dark Souls. And the reason why I think Dark Souls kind of gets away I kind of feel like the reason Dark Souls gets away with it is because Dark Souls, there's a bit of a trade-off. So do you know, if you want the benefit of, you know, an ally coming in and helping you, you know, you need to go into your human form, and the human form is what enables the invasions. And so in this case here, you sort of have your back and forth. If you want to get that benefit, sorry, just 1 second. Anyways, sorry. I didn't want to spend as much time on this, but I will. I'll wrap it up. But yeah, so that to me, I think, is where I can sort of harmonize the two. So, you know, like I still think there's not great forms in it. So for instance, before you can give indictments, there are people who sort of put up the Knight of Thorns armor and so on and so forth, and effectively just sort of prey on players who are playing for the very first time. And I would rather that part not to be in there, but you know, I suspect it's too late now to really change that. But again, like, there's essentially a trade-off here. So you are exposing yourself to a larger universe of players, not all of which are necessarily, you know, not all of which are friendly. But you do so in order to gain a greater benefit. The problem with Sea of Thieves is just basically that, you know, to a certain extent, like, the mechanic has its intention. I do feel more stressed out when I see other players in the, where I see other players on the sea, and I certainly guard my treasures more closely. And I will be honest, I've actually had a couple of very positive experiences with other players, although again, like, when people just sort of show up on my boat without my permission, like, I'm kind of like, well, I'd rather not, right? Like, I'm enjoying this game on its own, and skeleton ships sometimes pop up and I'm able to deal with them, and so on and so forth. But at least in the case of the, you know, the other players, like, the positive experiences have been very memorable ones. So I think that's working there. And they always have the, you know, the follow-up excuse of, like, well, it's a game about pirates, they're always allowed to betray you. And I'm like, I know you're allowed to say that. I'm still allowed to say that I don't like this approach. Because again, I've always felt, you know, if I could, I have not gone out of my way to attack other players. I don't particularly like that experience. I would rather it if other players couldn't do that to me. And for the couple of times that that's happened, they've been largely negative experiences for me. I've actually largely felt like the preceding hour or so of gameplay was sort of, it was sort of just like lost. It was rendered irrelevant. So yeah, I mean, again, it's like, is it doing what it was intended? Yes, I think Rare exactly want that to be the experience, and I think to a certain extent, those players, the enjoyment they get out of it is not recovering the loot from my ship. It is specifically knowing that they spoiled my experience doing that. And in the end, it's a style of game design that I personally don't care that much for. But in any case, all that I really wanted to say was that the name of the vessel that I chose, because I've been going with the merchants a lot, it's called the Modest Proposal, which I think is a great name for a vessel. I was originally going to call it the Antelope, and I have no idea if anybody in chat is going to know why I would want to call it the Antelope. But yeah, I've called it the Modest Proposal, and then somebody wanted to know why I called it the Modest Proposal, so I told them what a Modest Proposal was, and they were disgusted. They thought this was the worst thing that they'd ever heard, despite the fact that I was trying to explain very clearly that it was a satirical essay and that the point was to address poverty, not to actually recommend the consumption of human flesh. But anyways, there you go. Anyway. I really just wanted to talk about the Modest Proposal thing, but I wound up I wound up going a little too far down the... Oh, really? I did not know that, if that's true. Okay, now I gotta look this up, Olaf. That is a cool detail if so, but that's not actually the reason... Huh. Fancy that. I'm just gonna double check that I got this name right. Yeah, so, yeah, apparently there's a lot of different reasons to name it the Antelope. No, it's actually related to the, it's related to the name I chose. So the first ship that Gulliver goes on, the one that crashes and he winds up in Lilliput, was called the Antelope. I believe the second ship is called the Adventure. The Adventure kind of seems like a generic name, so I wanted to go for a Swiftian name for my Sea of Thieves ship, but then I saw like the Antelope, and I'm like, yeah, it's, you know, I could do better, and so I figured A Modest Proposal. Like, the thing that's nice about this is that because I'm finding out that so many people have not read A Modest Proposal, and that I mean, first of all, it's a great essay, but learning that, I was like, I like the idea of a ship named The Modest Proposal, precisely because if you have read the essay, you get that little chuckle, and you're like, oh yeah, that was a good one, and that if you haven't if you were not familiar with the essay, you still have this idea, okay, well, you know, it's a merchant vessel, and it's like, it's a small sloop. This is obviously a new player. So The Modest Proposal is sort of a reflection of my junior status. So I figured that it kind of worked. It worked well on those two levels. Anyways, again, I'm sorry. And I know most of you probably didn't sign up for conversations about Sea of Thieves, but I know it's a literary bunch that likes Weather Factory games. So I'm assuming all of you are familiar with A Modest Proposal. And if you're not, that was actually one of the first things that I did a audio recording for. All right, another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Yeah, so thank you, well, both of you, because you both gave me reasons to check out the Antelope, but I don't know my English kings. I can't even say that Henry VIII was the king of Canada, but I don't know my monarchs well enough to have known about the other ones. The other one that I know is suggested cooking Irish kids. Because the thing is, the selling Irish kids actually happened. That happened later. But yeah, no, the specific Modest Proposal was... I mean, the reason I like it is that it has this nice economic dimension to it. I actually wound up doing a presentation in my undergrad where I wound up doing a reference which the prof quite liked in terms of a Modest Proposal.
But I mean, the thing usually now, and the thing that's a shame is that you have so many essays nowadays that are like running around calling themselves modest proposals, and they completely fail to capture any of the charm of Swift's original work. Like, there is a very specific structure to that essay that I really feel makes it work. And usually the things that want to call themselves modest proposals are quite immodest in their comparison and don't deliver the goods. So I feel rather strongly about that one. Yeah, anyways. All that said, the modest proposal is a satirical essay which proposes the sale and consumption of Irish babies to alleviate Irish poverty. It's a good one. I was a little surprised when I read it again. There is actually an anti-Semitic bit in it, which I didn't realize, or it is possible that in school they snipped that part out. That is another possibility that I need to allow for. And it's a bit of a shame because it really does sort of stick out in the essay. It doesn't really fit. Decree! Hey! I'm getting quite accustomed to hearing this this sound. Thank you very much for over a year of subscribing. I can't believe it has been that long, but thank you so much for that. I hope you are doing well, and I wanted to congratulate you by voice on the completion of your little VTuber animation. All right, let's go back to our journey through the house. So I think we did Serena Blackwood and Fraser Strathcoyne. So I believe we're done with the entrance hall. So we'll keep going up. The Physic Garden. The nuns of the Knot planted this garden of healing herbs in the dawn period. Natan of Regensburg and Gideon de Wolf both expanded it, and the Curie of the Isle tended it. Even the branch in the bureau made use of it in the grim days that Brankrug served as a prison. Definitely a cutie, and I'm knee-deep in designing my next. I was actually quite charmed by how much you enjoyed, or like obviously how into the creation of that you were. It's a little bit of a shame because there's 2 or 3 creative endeavors that I've wanted to sort of take up, and I've put some effort in, and I do sort of get a similar feeling to what you seem to be doing, and unfortunately I just sort of fell off the edge because of all of the things that I wanted to try and do. Like, essentially, I overcommitted to things, and as a result, it fell apart. But one is to take up music again. So, and I've been practicing a little bit, but I need to go back. I know I've sort of regressed a bit in terms of the next batch of training that I was doing. Drawing. So I did try drawing again, and then again it sort of fell apart. So I'm going to have to go back to sort of training myself and so on and so forth. Now that one I feel is a little more defensible because the pencil that I did have an Apple Pencil for my tablet, which was quite good at like getting some of the subtle movements in that, but it does seem to be that it's sort of degraded in terms of its quality, so it doesn't have any of the sensitivity anymore. So at least for that one, it's a little more justifiable to say, okay, well, I don't quite have the same range of expression that I used to, but in the end, that's just an excuse, right? And then the last one, which I feel particularly bad about, because I actually do feel like this might be something that aligns with my creative interests and is actually something that I can do. Well, I know with piano, actually, I seem to have something of a touch for the keys. Thank you very much, Matrix Disc. You've had your 3 a.m. snack, 2 cigarettes, and now it is time to battle insomnia again. Well, I hope you have a good sleep when you get around to it, and I hope that it comes quickly. But yeah, I do sort of feel that 3D modeling with Blender and things like that is just techy enough that I'm able to sort of overcome what I feel are some of my limitations in terms of the arts, while still sort of giving me that outlet and
I did actually buy a set of tutorials, so that's also one where I sort of feel a bit of a financial pain for not following through on them. But yeah, I do want to get back to all of those, but I think the most important thing for me to do is clear out the stuff that I've already been doing and make sure that I'm actually properly taking the time, a little bit like I did with writing, for instance. Just make sure that I keep a realistic expectation for regularly doing the work on each of those endeavors, and maybe just taking them up one at a time until I've sort of gotten into the flow, and then I can maybe take a bit more. I can just get a bit more done. And I mean, in the end, the less time I spend watching YouTube videos and just doing things that I always feel are huge time sinks after the fact, the less of that I do, and the more of that I shift into expression of some kind, whether it's essays, creative writing, modeling, music, whatever it is. Generally, I feel a bit better about it. But again, it's always so difficult. If you've had a tough day, it is so easy to just sit down in a chair and turn on a TV show, and all of a sudden, you've got 2 or 3 episodes in, and you kind of wonder where all the time went. So, all right, a new season. It's fall. And we've got The Affair of Apollo and Marsyas, an upcoming production of an opera with a very ancient pedigree indeed. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? Now, I still need to finish my dinner. Because we're on to a new season, I actually think it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to just take a minute and have a small break. It'll also give me a chance to sort of refill my my tea and such. So I do somewhat regret this, because obviously I'm very happy to see you, Cree, and I know you just got here, but it shouldn't be too long. If I have a coffee now, Olaf, I am going to destroy whatever was left of my sleeping schedule. Yeah, actually, one thing that saves me on that, Cree, is my so I there's some stuff that I feel is okay for the background, and it's normally stuff that I've maybe watched before or something like that. But because I've sort of trained myself to watch carefully, right? The same way that, you can read a book reasonably carefully and try and get something more out of it. Because I sort of feel like I've had that trained into me, I actually find it quite difficult to keep new shows on as background. And it's good because some of the shows that I like, so Succession's a good example of this. I sort of feel there are moments in Succession, if you're not actually watching what's going on the screen, then you miss out on fairly significant meaning. But yeah, so I'm a little lucky in the sense that I'd probably feel a bit unhappy if I was keeping a new show on in the background. But with that in mind, I'm also behind on some of the stuff I'd like to watch. There's a bunch of stuff on Apple that I really like. Anyways, I did say I was going to finish off my dinner, so I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I will run ads so people don't get hit by the pre-roll, but we won't take too much time, and then we will hopefully open up a room, but I won't feel too bad if we don't get it. So I'll see you all in a little bit. Okay, apologies for the wait there. This time, I was waiting on the kettle. I need to keep remembering that if I refill it, that takes longer than the fresh one, than the low quantity one. Anyways, thank you all for your patience. Now is actually not a bad time to remind people as well. So this week there is a local game dev meetup. And in addition to the fact that I think it's just going to be a lot of fun because it's a bunch of independent game developers about a week and a bit after Unity announced their pricing changes, I am actually going to deliver the essay. I did talk with one of the organizers and I said, I don't think this is going to be a code of conduct problem, but just in case, I kind of want to give this as a talk. And yeah, they were okay with it. I mean, within reason. They're you're not gonna go browsing through the section on Steam. I'm like, no, I generally find this sort of stuff is better if you just hint at it. But yeah, so for those of you that read the essay, I'm gonna be delivering that at the local meetup. But that does mean that I will not be broadcasting on Wednesday, so you will all have to content yourselves with the YouTube videos until Friday. However, I am actually putting a few more of the stream. There seemed to be a gap in terms of the videos that were uploaded, so I've corrected that, and I think there are some videos which are not yet, they're outside of the 2 weeks on Twitch, but they're not yet on YouTube, and that gap is going to be closing pretty rapidly. I think over the weekend I might be able to catch up on them, but I also don't want to bombard people with lots and lots of videos. Anyways, I figured I would not be a bad idea to just mention the gap. So, in addition to current affairs, I am going to start trying to get my hirelings. And let's start with, so I just need to remember what I'm shooting for. So I suppose the deal here would be I want to, if I can, generate 3 Secret Histories memories. So 5, 7, 8. Yes. Okay. Okay, so oh, wow. So basically I lock up 4 elements of the soul each time I want to try and read the radical measure. And then on top of that, so our goals for hirelings, it's the sagging dock and the honeyed forbidding. So with the wormwood we go up to 10, one from Trist is 11, tool is 12, food is 14, drink is 15. Okay, so yes, we have it for both. So this means that Trist and health get protection first. Well, yeah, well that's the 4 already spoken for here. So I guess I really do need to decide: am I going to take a shot on this book here, or am I going to try and get my hirelings? I think the hirelings is the better call here first. So let's go to the Sweet Bones. I'll start with Shapt. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through. Find out what unusual passers-by might be looking for employment. Hello, Tempmine. How are you doing today? And again, we don't have anything... We just... As far as the radical measure is concerned, we don't have any hope of... we don't really have any hope of the weather kind of coming in and saving us on that. This is one where we need to put some considerable effort into making this work. And again, it's not the end of the world. It's mostly just a signal to me that I need to be looking for alternatives in the house, which I currently have. But if I feel like I've hit my limit in terms of what I can do, I know that I want to have 4 elements of the soul set aside to be able to achieve the rows that I require, as well as the backups. And knowing that it's likely going to be the case that this doesn't work. Alright, Isan Fekri. Formerly, Isan was a healer. He was not human. He was Secretary Salvant of Hush House, but not all at the same time. Fussy, kind, and famously foul to look upon. So in this case, he does understand Deep Mandaic, which would be helpful for us to understand, but this would also be the first time that we haven't completed a request, so I'm reluctant to follow up on that. I'm reluctant to follow up on that for now. Like I'm gonna get the Spintra, just because I don't know. I've got a streak going here. Out of curiosity, so it says here that he was a healer. He was not human. Does anybody know what Isan is? Because we've actually seen the description. An upcoming production of an opera with a very ancient pedigree indeed. Now, if I talk to him about the affair of Apollo and Marsyas, if I do get my follower, then there's going to be a problem. So we're just going to wait. This may be a day where a whole lot doesn't get done, but sometimes that happens, and we can learn to live with it. There it is. So, let's make sure we do this right. So the things that I need to improve the nun. So we've got Foremoon for a start. We will use Edict's Marshal to boost up the to get the memory that we need. We'll also use Trist, a tool, food, and drink. So I can use the tool right away. One of the reasons for that is I'm actually not quite sure if I can... Whoa! Oh, yes, we need to hire them first. Okay. I'll hire them for a day. So right now I've only found one skill that will make this thing that I'm looking for. So I'm just going to sort out the skills by name. So yeah, the challenge with the Wormwood Dream, as powerful as it is, it requires a memory as an input. So it's not just that I need a certain level of moon to work with. It's that I need the moon with a memory. You know what? Let's use this. Maybe I should use this at an altar. So I think the first thing we're going to do is see what we've got to throw at this without using our Trist, because I'm not feeling very confident. I suppose the Old Wound is something we can start with here. But yeah, we're still quite short. We're 4 short. So that's a non-starter. So, knowing that, let's go for a confounding parable. I have some ideas here. Okay, yeah, I definitely know how I'm going to do this. So we'll take the confound. Where are you? 108. Okay, so I'm going to, with our, oh yeah, actually I still need to be thoughtful in terms of how I do this, because I'm probably still going to come up short. So if I take the Edicts Martial, so adding the confounding parable brings us up to 6. Now, if I use the harp, I can add a soul, a skill, a memory, an inspiration. But unfortunately, the old wound is not an omen. So we take the Edicts Martial, 6. Yeah. Well, that's a shame. I just want to make sure I don't blow this through taking too much time to sort out all the things that I need. So Edicts Martial here. Takes memories and pigments. So I suppose in an absolute pinch I could use the wash. I could also generate 2 moon off of this. Okay, so if I generate 2 moon off of this, so that brings us up to 8. I could use the health as well. So then the question is, which of the substances brings me the moon that I need? And again, it's harder than it looks. So I'm just gonna prowl the house for some of the goodies here. Yeah, none of these are looking too moon-like. This is good to know going in. So again, like I have a, in case of emergency, break glass kind of an improvement I can do here. I just rather wish it didn't come to this. Especially because it's going to invite some questions in terms of how I make it next time. Yeah, so we have the black sapphire wash, which I can add. Oh yeah, see, this gets me... You know what? It's worth it. So we'll craft the Wormwood Dream. Recall a forgotten crime of moon and winter. And I did waste the... I did wind up wasting something there, but that's fine. Hired. Alright, so let's just throw everything we can at the nuns so that we can get... We've got half a day now to accomplish what we need. We can give 3... in the time that it takes for the memory, we can fulfill 3 requests. So that'll be the tryst, the tool, then we give food and drink. definitely looking nervously at these numbers here. So just as well I didn't wait on the memories on those. I think that would have been a deal breaker. One of the things I will do, though, is try to make the black sapphire wash as a replacement when the time comes. And I suppose the question is, what do I do with the Foss now? I can get another trip to the Gulls. I think I'll probably settle for the Sweet Bones, but let's save that for later in the day. Okay, this tool has boosted their aspects appropriately. I'm just going to take a second here and tick off a few of these items. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay, food and drink. Here we go. Pickled pilchards. An acquired and unforgettable taste. We cannot talk to the pickled pilchards. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. So I also want to take a quick look here. So I could encourage my assistant, work with them for a little while, exalt them, or I could just listen to whatever they might have to say. Add something to enhance your assistant's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. A nun may have a particular interest in omens. Now this interests me, because I believe the Wormwood Dream is an omen. So I'm actually going to try something a little different in this case. So the reasoning here says I want 4 from the moon, 1 tryst, 1 tool, so that they should already be at level 6. Then I'm going to get 2 from food, 1 from drink, and then 6 from wormwood. But if wormwood is an omen, then that means that I should be able to give her the confounding parable as well. So I do want to make sure that I'm using the time well, and so in this case I'll give her the Eigengrau for the moon aspect. We should have some of that in the pantry here. So a nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. But what I'm particularly interested in right now is seeing whether or not I can deploy this Wormwood Dream. And if I can, then use the confounding parable. If not, I know I have the food available. Okay, Wormwood Dream. If there are laws which apply only in Dream, then it must also be that there are crimes which can only be committed there. So we should be at a point now where it's just a question of committing the remaining elements to the nun. The Sisters of the Triple Knot are long gone from this corner of the world, aren't they? An apposite auspice. I can offer them an omen that will provide useful guidance. Actually, it looks like I gave them the Eigengrau for no good reason. I apparently didn't need that. Although we should be able to make an Eigengrau, a replacement, without any trouble. Okay, so this is closing time. We can exalt with a memory. That will bring them up to 15, and we only needed 14 for the task. So that is a good day's work. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So, provided we lock the nun in time, we have what we needed. And I will make myself a replacement Eigengrau. Well, that's a catwink. That's not what I want. Well, what can I do here? Maybe if I add the astrolabe? Nope. The mirror scope? No. Alright, Auroral contemplations, surely. Not the most exciting option, but it's replacing the one that I wasted. So after 30 seconds, we will talk with Mr. Fekri, and we will find out more details about the affair of Apollo and Marsyas. And I'm rather excited about this because this is the last of the nocturnal rooms for me. And I'm curious whether or not this will allow me to enter into the submerged sea caves, or if there's just a different purpose for this room. I don't think there's any evidence of books inside here, but I'm happy to take a peek. All right, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So we'll commit to the sagging dock. The storms have had their way with this since the prison was abandoned. It won't last much longer. And Eason. Nope. It's good to be back. Thank you for seeing me. Apollo and Marsyas is to be performed again in Paris. It is a great work, librarian, in more than one sense. So this is a 4 sky tech. So this is going to be one that pushes us out of a certain type of work. I know we've handed off, so there was, Perugian Diaries is old material. But the Journal of Thomas de Wolfe will apply, so... Law's touch is lighter than we know. When we invoke the Thunderskin, there can be unexpected consequences in the kingdoms of the lower skies. I am reassured. Perhaps, after all, no storm will stir. Perhaps everyone will just have a good night out. It surely must happen sooner or later. So the other thing that I want to do, I know I've held off on reading the other parts of the house, but I'm now going to try and see if I can find a way to get a replacement black sapphire wash. Yeah, Tridias Mahaira will give me that, so it shouldn't be that difficult to accomplish. We do need to put an Asmiel in, so maybe I'll make that first. So if I can get 10 with a liquid, sea stories will do the trick. All right. So that's another bronze spintra in my inventory. That's good news there. And let's take a look at the new item we got also. What Eason learnt at Hush House convinced him that the production would not trouble the lower skies, especially perhaps with his intercession. Corso improved his knowledge of stains, hopefully enough to identify the Savor Arts book he hoped to acquire in Paris. And finally, we have... Loading dock. Here the supplies came in from every continent that the seas touch, from the bounds and beyond. Now and then, prisoners would try to escape, but the sea is always hungry. We have got a crate of supplies, something set helpfully aside. This is Knock, Rose, and it's a cache, so I can open it. A records box, a treasure stored by a musician spy. A cache and an unregarded rarity. We've got abandoned luggage, long past the help of any lost and found. And finally we have the loading dock crane. Long ago, this was the route by which provisions entered the jail, and by which prisoners failed to escape, discard objects here, or release beasts. Ah, I wasn't expecting that. I was really thinking that there would be something related to the submerged sea caves in this room. So this, we put a lot of effort into... Well, we don't necessarily know what's inside, inside these packages, but I will confess I'm a little perplexed by... I'm a little perplexed by the boathouse and the crane, because they sort of seem to serve the same function of the of other parts in the map. But I won't question it. So our new focus is going to be on the honeyed forbidding. This will be after... So there's a few things that I want to do. First of all, I would like to... open up the caches. I would like to... I need to debate as to whether or not... Actually, okay. Let me deal with this one at a time. So first thing I would like to do is get that Asmail back. So let's wait to see what the weather brings. Okay, so the rainy day doesn't help me too much. I may be able to do more than one thing. A 2-moon liquid. I guess the water... you know what? I don't need to give up the old wound. I can get a confounding parable. So we'll use the shaft for that, because the shaft doesn't get used in other construction. Although I guess I still need to use... Yeah, I guess I still need to... Yeah, we'll see where the numbers go. How you doing, Algrins? So I'll wait till I've locked in the Asmail before I start opening the different crates and such. Hey! That is 1 year of subscribing to this channel, so thank you very much for that. I suppose we are now on to Book of Years. But how are you doing? I feel like it's been a while, although I have seen you lurking. I really don't like calling out lurkers just because I figure that if people want to engage with the channel, they will. But I've always appreciated it when people are hanging out and showing a little support to the channel. Obviously, the initial boost from the game being released has sort of receded, which is, I mean, that was expected. It's not, I'm not reconsidering my streaming choices here. But it is always nice to see some familiar names coming in. All right, so we still need a liquid. Yeah, so we're up to 9, so I would have to use the Tryst for this. The alternative is that I might be able to make Asmail through other means. Alright, well that's not going to work. Inks of Revelation apparently works here. But not in this location. Alright. I might be able to do this with the alchemy set. I mean, if I have to use the Tryst, I have to use the Tryst. I just like to avoid it if I can. Sacre bleu. Nope. So I do need something that I can apply the I'm curious if these altars will work. Well, okay, maybe. Oh, I don't think I can put liquids in altars, though. No! Alright. My last resort might be the kitchen. Oh, actually, yes, because... No! Alright, so I gotta get some lantern out of this. No, it doesn't need to be that hard. Oh, are you kidding me? It can't be the moth. No, it has to be the moth. Okay, well, you know what? Let's just skip that. I think... yeah, okay. I wanted to try and get a little... I want to try and get a little bit of mileage out of this, but I don't see a whole lot of value in spending more time sorting through this. So there's my Asmeal. I brew a silvery moon ink, and that's going to be an input to the black sapphire wash, which I can get with There's actually, if I think about this, so first of all, I don't need to do it immediately, like the next day. But this is already a 5 moon, so I can actually use any old element of the soul. So yeah, I don't know why I put the extra effort in. You know what the funny thing is? If I were to get a musician... Oh no, there's a level 4 nectar memory. Right, okay. Never mind. I don't want to mess around with the memory. Okay, so let me think about the next steps that I want to take. Because like in the end, I've got this health, Fost, and Whist. I suppose... So... There honestly is not a very good reason for me to try and make the black sapphire wash right away. Like that's just I want to do something kind of a response. I could try and catalog a few more options, or I can try and read this book, which I suspect will be a source of all sorts of frustration. So let's go for that. So I'm just taking a second to sort out my memories here. Okay, so confounding parable and gossip. And then, right, okay, yeah, I know what I need to do. So I do need to use every element of the soul doing this. So essentially what I'm hoping for is two events that will allow me to get the rose aspect. Now it can be things, it can be other, it doesn't have to be the one, it doesn't have to be memories. In fact, it's very unlikely that I'm going to get 2 memories. But in this case, I really am hoping for something to break my way on this. And I suppose I didn't bother opening any of these containers. I should be doing that before too long. Okay, so there's a little bit of finesse that I need for this next part. So basically, I'm going to go for the confounding parable. Actually, you know what? The gossip makes... No, actually, they'll all be used one way or the other. We'll do the gossip anyway. So I'm going to start reading the text now. It's really important that I stop this before it hits the end of the timer. But I do want to make sure that the time... Actually, this timing on its own would be sufficient because I need to move the clock over. But basically, I can't have the gossip on the table at the same time. But I also don't want to outrun the clock. So you'll see what I'm about to do here. Of course. I think I've put myself in the jackpot. Will it accept Path and Pilgrim? No. So I might have just chosen a combination that doesn't actually work. Okay, so I got a wow scale. Oh, not good. So Natan's desk is generally okay. It just doesn't let me use Faust. Maybe at this point... Oh no, but I've already got the timer going. So I chose the one desk that that blows this for me. And that's completely on me because I've done similar blunders in the past. Okay, well let's see if we can drag this thing out. So the Vagabond desk does also help us here, but in fact the real shame about this is that the Vagabond desk would allow us to combine a number, like this would be good for the Path and Pilgrim as well as the Gossip. So I think I'm just going to take my lumps. I'm going to renew the Shaft. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. So this, one of these gets wasted, in this case the heart. But I'll basically wind up doing the same trick with the Faust. Alright, with Keeper level Moon, Asmiel can deepen to Black Sapphire. Once more with feeling. Better now. Okay. So we'll use the Vagabond at Death this time. Chapped, Path and Pilgrim for its 5 rows. We'll throw in the Confounding Parable for... no, sorry, not Confounding Parable, Gossip. And then we will add the Lunar Globe for a little bit extra rows. So that brings us up to 8. The book that we want to read is 12, and so essentially what we're looking for are... realistically, I'm looking for something equivalent to 2 memories. So perhaps you've provided rows, but not enough to match mystery rows. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So like I said, this is like a 1 in a million kind of a move. But given that my choices right now are spam the Sweet Bones to try and find a musician for their nectar aspect. Or alternatively to, push hard on crafting. I figured we might as well try and extract what we can out of the book. And because I've got those boxes to open, again, I'll probably wind up trying to make that Black Sapphire wash again. But I figure this will at least allow me to open up the boxes next time. And we can... After that, we can resume our efforts at the Sweet Bones. Alright, so we have got Ubi Sunt, we've got stuff, also things, possible inspiration from a relevant thing, and a memory. This is pretty good. This is something that, this looks like the sort of thing that we might be able to pull it off from. In fact, I think if I were to take the Strathcoin whiskey, which would count as a thing, that would be sufficient. But let's, well, you know what? There's nothing to stop us from pouring that out now, just to save myself. Serve appropriately, pour out. It's only 3 seconds, but you know what? Let's just, let's get that prepared. Okay, so memory, we can add the gossip right away. Now I'm trying to remember if I've got a two rows painting, and I feel like I do. So if I can use something that's not destroyable. Yeah, a lot of things around here. But wall art doesn't count as a thing. That's worth remembering. So I think the problem with these statues is they only have the 1 point, and I don't want to rely on Ubi Sunt for that. I'm sure some of the marks, if I were to look closely, would help. But honestly, at this point, I think knowing that the wall art isn't an option, yeah, the salt sign would help. Salt signs are a little easier for me to get than Strathcoin, I suppose, but we've got so much of it, and I haven't been using it at all. Mostly I was just looking for things that would be sort of non-destructible, but yeah, in this case, we'll toast our good fortune with Strathcoin's whiskey. Favorite tipple of Sir David Green. Journey's End. It would have been nice to see what Ubi Sunt gives us, but I'm not gonna complain. It's, we got that the first try when I was expecting I was actually expecting there to be a lot more difficulty. So, the original Radical Measures was a manifesto for experimental poetry with occult properties, written in the 19th century by Dr. Aaron Peel. The original is notoriously incoherent. Much later, Christopher Olopoli took on the task of editing and glossing it. He has taken some liberties, but the updated version is generally well regarded. The hours have little time for poetry, Dr. Peel avers, but they have a tremendous amount of time for poets. Illopoli has added a note suggesting that this should in fact be the most tremendous time with poets. As the rose opens, Dr. Peel explains, enduring memory opens to the horizon. This is a way of saying something that cannot otherwise be said, and is best only written with one's eyes firmly closed. Illopoli's gloss reads, Horizon Sight Synthesis Method, reverse procedure with knock to elaborate Gerveniite in the chronosychord mode. Okay, that's a pretty big deal there. All right, and this gives us a pattern. Now I'm trying to remember where I put the other... Oh, yeah. I don't think I can get away with that a second time. All right. Let's think about where my overflow goes. I think... I think I'm going to settle for putting them in the upper root. Like, this isn't... I don't want this to be sort of permanent storage, but this is going to be where I put the overflow completed ones and preliminal meter. That may be a hint. I apologize. I do actually need to go to the bathroom, so I'm just going to do another small break. I won't run ads or anything like that, but I will be back in a little bit. Alright, apparently I forgot to turn off the microphone. Okay, here we go. We have preliminary meter. So yeah. What am I looking at to boost this? It's not so bad. So yeah, here's what I think this is what I'll do. We'll get this black sapphire wash dealt with, so that's the tryst taken care of. Preliminal meter is knock and rose, so I'm really only going to be able to do that once a day unless I pay for a refresh at the Sweet Bones. But that's not a real hardship, if I'm completely honest. So let's start with that. And yeah, like I said, I actually got through that book faster than I was expecting, so in this case we are well and truly tapped out in terms of books. Which is a nice place to be, but it does mean that I need to start paying attention to a few other tasks. Of course, if I get a language, that might open up some possibilities for me as well, but I wouldn't bank on that until the event is done. So Oriflamme's Sense Sign Sciences, dear librarian, would like to offer you the opportunity to purchase the High Traditions of the Noble Endeavor 6 Edge, and it's only 3, so let's go for it. Oriflamme's thanks you for your custom. Okay. I don't think it's likely I'm going to see Rose or not. Well, I guess we could get Fog, so Fog might give me some knock, but let's just assume that we're not going to see the results. So, first off, we will go to the Nocturnary. We'll add the Asmiel, we'll add Tridista here. There we go. Darken the Asmiel into a potent moon pigment. That'll take 2 minutes. So we set aside the Shapt, and then the Whist and the Faust will be our first batch of memories. And then I think I'm going to use the Health to do some kind of gardening. So first thing I can do is get the pattern from the text that we already read. And again, it's Knock and Rose that I'm looking for, so Gossip and Confounding Parables will do the trick there. Basically the same stuff that we employed last time. Alright, so that's the first day's work taken care of. And I mean, again, I could have opened something with the health, but I'm gonna set that aside for now. We won't worry about grapes. I am, however, going to see what happens if I... Oh, hang on. Yeah, summer and autumn. So let's see what we get with Rites of the Roots. Gather in autumn carrots, tomatoes, marrows, and blessed onions, all the unsung heroes of the stew pot. Now, there's a couple of things that I'm going to try and do in terms of crafting. So one, I'd like to try and create the Sacrament Malachite. And then the other thing I'd like to do is see if it's possible for me to create metal using crafting. Now, obviously that's going to happen after I take care of these existing priorities, so this will be level 5 eventually. Okay, so you can move down here, you can move up here. another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Yeah, I think that's the day's work spoken for. So we can go back to checking all the different rooms. I think we already said that we were checking out the physic garden, but I didn't read the items inside of it. So comfortable garden chair, amateurishly varnished, characterfully stained. Restful garden chair, sit here and listen to the trees grow, or the leaves fall. Preferences differ. Garden cat's claw in spring, trumpeter's lily in summer, rarer plants might flourish in Numa. Skill is now level 4, power aspects have also increased. Ross Cragen whiskey. Sorry, it wasn't Strathcoins, this is Ross Cragen. The favourite tipple of Sir David Green, 8th librarian of Hush House. Here we have the infirmary. In the 15th century, Natan of Regensburg came to Brandkrug. The brothers of St. Brendan's granted sanctuary, but they would not permit a Jew and his family to live on abbey grounds. Still, they built this tower for him to dwell in and practice his healing arts. It has changed greatly since that time, but a place of healing it remains. And another sack of vegetables. So I was wondering if that might change over time, but looks like it's a pretty standard return. So good to know. I mean, I'm not going to say no to something that gives heart and nectar, but maybe the vegetables aren't the sort of thing that I want to, bend over backwards, taken care of. Okay, we've got the paintings. Nope. Whence came the light in the house of the moon? We still don't know, but perhaps this color is its darkness. The color perhaps of the doors of the house of the moon. So I'll just put that back. It's a little easier for me to just remember where I used to keep this. So we'll keep that there. And again, that's the day spoken for, so this is where I resume my exploration of the house. So I've got the witch and sister. The witch and sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge beneath the moon. She cannot be separated. She cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl. The thunderskin. He cannot be stilled. He demands the dance. He is beaten like a drum. He is heard in the wood below the world. The velvet. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The velvet's answer is no, and that is always her answer. And the sister and witch. The sister and witch brings together what cannot be apart. She is sought beneath the moon and at the water's edge. She is pearl, amber, coral. She cannot be touched. She cannot be separated. One of the things that's sort of nice is when you learn a little bit more of the characteristics and you kind of take a look at the way that the images are sort of represented, you start to me at least, I start to appreciate a little bit more in terms of like how to distinguish between the two. I still would fail a quiz on it though, so it's not that clear. All right, the high traditions of the noble endeavor. We'll read that when we get a chance, but that's not a high priority right now. Actually, I can put that in the to read pile. There's no need to keep that in my inventory. But back to the infirmary. So that was the wall art, but we have a bunch of different items. So we have Skinchuck Mead, a murky, sweet-smelling liquid crowded with sediment. We have the Amethyst Ampule. Were it released from the glass, it would be quite another color. We have the Sacrament Malachite. Back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in Rites of the Ringu, the hour which has also been called the Malachite. And we have Arsenic, a poison sometimes known as the Message of the Swan. An infirmary bed, clean white sheets, and the unmistakable military ping of a steel bed frame. Wicker chair, elderly but robust. A vase of lilies, an elegant ornament. TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa, a cup. TRN Spices and Savors Department markets this as the secret sacrament of the last Inca. And a pot. Serpent milk. It does look almost like milk, and it is drinkable, but don't give it to cats or babies. Excuse me. A watchful potted plant. Not everything needs eyes. Pale Mommet. A gently twitching little cloth doll with melancholy button eyes and a frill of colored ribbons. Honeyscar Jasmine, sweet-scented, night-blooming. A mist-kissed water, half pitcher, the faintest vapors still ghosts the water's surface. A pale stool, bleached beach. And the infirmary fireplace, a welcome warmth. On to the patient's lounge. In this room, the accursed of the Great War gathered to recuperate, those who had suffered something no more horrible but somewhat more mysterious than the war's usual wounds to body and spirit, an eruption of worms perhaps, or the risks at the military end of the Suppression Bureau activities. Among them were minor luminaries of the invisible world, Christopher Olopoli, Zachary Wakefield, Harvey Hattington, but not Brian Levinson, who had been the 9th librarian, and under whose tenure the infirmary had flourished. He enlisted. He served for a time as medical officer on the Western Front. His body was never found. All right, we have the projector. Governor Collars had this installed in the 20s as a treat for prisoners allowed to recover in the infirmary, or so he said. Rumor had it he was a secret Keaton fan and didn't want to motor all the way up to Exeter to see the latest feature. Lacquered bone chest set, born of battles. Hello, Whisperfire. How are you doing? All right. Upwards and onwards. The Motley Tower, Alopoli's Nook. Christopher Olopoli, poet, painter, archivist, ruiner of seances, stayed on for a while at Hush House after the Great War. The librarian, Serena Blackwood, arranged for rooms for Olopoli in the Motley Tower, ostensibly so that he could help with the collection, but perhaps also because she saw a potential ally against the governor of the Cucurbit. Relations between the Cucurbit and the house were badly strained at the time. So one of the challenges that we run into, well, it doesn't actually say Governor Collars, though, so I was going to say this would be a little more recent, and so you would maybe think that Serena Blackwood would go in the more recent period, but I don't actually think that's the inference I should be drawing. I'm glad to hear that. So yeah, we'll leave that aside. The barber's chair. No one emerges unchanged from a barber's chair. Perhaps they'll just be a little bit more beautiful. Okay, now we need to get 4 rows or knock memories. I think we are still... We'll do the same trick as before. We'll wait for the weather and then we'll throw... In this case, I'm basically throwing everything at... Okay, another gale. So I think I'll probably even read the same books here. Again, just because I'm kind of looking to run through it. I won't spend too much time reading them, but I will return to reading the texts. So I've got everything in the nocturnal area now. It's basically just dawn that we're holding off on. So it's actually, there's quite a bit that we can access on our own. So the Honeyed Forbidding is something that I'm really just waiting on a musician for. And if I want, I could open up the flooded level at any point, but I was hoping to just mess around a little bit with crafting and see if I could generate some of the things that I needed. Failing that, I will go scavenging in the various areas. But I am starting to hit the limits of what I can do without opening these rooms. So this is one we still haven't fully explored yet. But on top of that, I've got... Basically, I've got all of the books that I originally had. We bought a new one from Oriflammes, but essentially I'm sort of the runway that I had of just different tasks to do to put off exploring, the pump in this room here. Those are really starting to run out, and so I need to start thinking about what my next steps will be. Okay, so we'll use the Whist. I think we did the Karashim Portal on here, right? Yep, so I'll use 108 to get the Confounding Parable. I'll get the pattern from the Radical Measure. And I guess a Stolen Memory. Sorry, Stolen Secret. That would be Gospel of Zacchaeus. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So that leaves the health open if I want to do anything special. So we kind of already tried the garden here. I could, of course, try... Wait a minute. Presumably this will say I can't do anything. Quiet Seasons, yeah. I've kind of already tried the honey, so I don't really feel a need to follow up with that. I don't need the water. So maybe we will head out to the moor. Clamber up the long reaches of the moors behind the village, lean into the wind's fluttering fist. If I know what to look for, I might find something among the rocks. So we did weaving and knot working last time. Let's see if we can maybe apply stitching and binding. The last leaves toss and scatter. Okay, so from the... Again, this was just so that we could level up our preliminary meta. The one thing that I do, I'm kind of keeping in the back of my head is that we've leveled up these skills, which is exactly what I want to do, but I haven't tried any of the crafting with the improved ones. Am I just busy doing lots of things with various desks? For this case, yes, because what I want to do is level up the skills. So in this case, I just wanted to get the set memories. Basically, I wanted to get the assigned memories because to go from level 4 to 5, I needed the lesson learnt and then 4 either knock or rows. So in this case, I just took the desks. I found it a little bit easier than just trying to wait for Reverend Timothy to get me something that's relevant. But I won't be going to desks now because I have what I need for the purposes of the... I have what I need for the skill improvements. I may kind of fall back to that when I read the High Traditions of the Noble Endeavor, but I wouldn't expect too many memories out of that. Alright, so that's all of my actions spoken for today, so we're going to continue reading up the details. You're working on a project today and had one of my VODs in the background, ended up watching the 9-hour one I just posted. That's actually a fairly old one, but I fell out of... I kind of fell out of the pattern for getting those things uploaded in time, so I'm glad that people are finding them useful for their projects, though. All right, Elopoli Nook. We read this, but we'll read it again. Christopher Elopoli, poet, painter, archivist, ruiner of seances, stayed on for a while at Hush House after the Great War. The librarian, Serena Blackwood, arranged the rooms for Elopoli in the Motley Tower, ostensibly so that he could help with the collection, but perhaps also because she saw a potential ally against the governor of the Kukurbit. Relations between the Kukurbit and the house were badly strained at the time. More serpentinite. Grey-green root rock of the Cornish coast. All right, lots of stuff to read here. So we talked about the barber's chair, an elegant sunburst lamp, a bright tree of brass, Agave eterna, the history plant. Unlike its cousin, the century plant, blooms every year. Perhaps it will do so forever. Vase of rushes, a subtle ornament. Red lotus vase, red glazed, is it chinoiserie? Vase, trumpeter's lily, a glorious efflorescence of sunset orange, also very useful because it counts as both a flower and a fuel. Lenten rose, pretty, poisonous, no true rose. Parabate, which binds to one whose name is there written, a minor ink of power. Twilight pot, a stylized bat, grimaces gleefully on the surface. Perniculate, deadly, use gloves to read text produced with this pigment, an ink of power, sometimes considered an unsanctioned ink. Holiest Hemoliph, Thyrza Blake claimed that she first synthesized this from her own tears. She was almost certainly lying. Nillicant, the Incastum Terminale of the Third History, its bleak white blue of winter. It has spawned an itinerant order of secret celebrants who regard worms as semi-gods, and who are sometimes called on to celebrate difficult funerals. We've got Maricat, the Incastum Terminale of the Fifth History, the color of the principle that once occupied the place that heart does now. In the Fifth History itself, the cult of Maricat was everywhere suppressed, but it's sometimes been venerated otherwise. Red Blue, it's a decent copy of a Picasso painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levinson, up to his tricks again. Love in a Quiet Place, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, a close and impossible copy of a painting made 20 years later by Kirchner, whose work Levinson often anticipated in his mirror dreams. To Be Fruitful, it's a decent copy of a Picasso painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levinson up to his tricks again. Again at Night, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, a close and impossible copy of a painting made 20 years later by Kirchner, whose work Levinson often anticipated in his mirror dreams. To Hear These Voices, a Levinson prefigure, a copy of a painting that would not be committed to canvas by the real artist for 20 years. And Sedona Not Yet. This is one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, an impossible copy of a painting that the real artist hadn't yet executed. He signed it with the illumination mark and dated it in 1958. The Motley Tower Dispensary. This room may originally have served as a working dispensary, but some at least of its more eccentric fittings were added by Christopher Alopoli in his time here. By that point, he had severed ties with his adoptive father. He had been using the Alopoli name for years and had no access to the Strathcoyne fortune, but Traveling at Night had sold surprisingly well, much better than his poetry, and he had a little money of his own by then, enough to indulge his preferences. Dispensary, a well-appointed laboratory for a scholar of unconventional therapies. Lethe, a dark and syrupy liquor favored in unnamed forest villages. The tongue in the eye, and now we begin. Forget your name, forget your skin. We'll take care of the rest of these, but let's deal with the day's tasks. So I think I am going to commit to reading this text. It shouldn't be that difficult given that we've got a high level of auroral contemplations. So I can use the whist for that. Whist isn't used in... Whist basically isn't used in any of the supplemental activities that I'll be doing, so I can master this mystery, enough edge to match mystery edge. Now, if I wanted, I could just sit on... Actually, you know what? I think I will. So I can just sit on my elements of the soul, and if I have a chance to upgrade something, I'll take it, and if I don't, then I'll just finally open up these packages. I don't think I have any space in the foundry to put this serpentinite slab, so I'll just be the librarian that carries one of these things in his pocket, walking around the house. And yeah, while we work on the book, we'll just keep reading the items in the dispensary. Mortar and pestle, crush. The iotic essence. In the latter operations of the forge, the madrigad yields to the true forge of days, and the essence begins to redden. The bit about the true forge of days nearly got her burned for heresy, but no one ever said that she was wrong about the second part. I don't think it says who's writing this, though. The Lambrig Brucelande, distilled from apples in the oldest forest of the western continent. Desiccated witchworms, nasty little things, but almost safe when they're this dead. How's the run? You played more, but Lies of P got your addiction, and soon Payday 3. Fair enough. We're doing all right. I've got one more room that I can unlock without giving up resources that I want. Well, I give up the Sacrament Malachite, but we have a replacement. So essentially here we would be waiting for a musician to be able to open up or clear the honeyed forbidding. The next step would be to get rid of the flooding using the pump. But the reason I haven't done that is that would use up all of my metal, and I may want to use the metal in other things. So I've kind of been relying on Oriflammes to give me new texts for the last little while. Some other tasks that I can do on my own time would be to remove the remaining curses from books, and then I did mention that I had some caches to open. But one of the things that I've been doing has just been sort of reading through the different items to kind of catch up on some things that maybe I had left aside. Am I nearing completion? I mean, I suppose to a certain extent I could complete the game whenever I want. I've got an Incastum Terminale. Actually, I've got two of them. I've got Nillicant and Maricat. And then I can also get a Newman. But I haven't necessarily got the things that I myself would like to do. So there's a specific thing I'm looking to accomplish in the game. So I couldn't tell you how close I am to completion just because there's a very narrow set of circumstances that I'm looking to achieve. But yeah, I mean, I'm as far as like end game material, I am definitely much closer to the end than I am the start. Like at this point, a lot of the lack of progress in terms of the house is specifically because of choices that I've made. And in the end, if I wanted, I've had the option to end the game, at any point. Just I don't exactly want to go for this particular ending, right? So yeah, I mean, it sort of depends. I guess it sort of depends in terms of what you're going for in terms of ending. The specific ending I'm looking for, I suspect, is still a way out. But as far as like the end of the game is concerned, I would basically be able to do that whenever I choose. What is that? Well, it's worth remembering that I'm the Twiceborn. So I'm the Twiceborn librarian of Hush House, and this is the journal in which I keep my remaining memories. The Twiceborn's third choice might be life as the librarian, or it might be something more radical, but you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom and Memories the Twiceborn. I remember that I once walked the House of the Sun as a bodiless immortal, but there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now, if I go back to the House of the Sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. To remain at Hush House as librarian would be one such choice, but there might be something more. So in that case, there's so similarly to, so there's like one example of this would be there's I think they call it the archaeologist. So there's an archaeologist that has sort of summoned something rather nasty, and that's the reason they've gone to Hush House. And the Newman that I have sort of deals with the imprisoning of powerful things. So with that in mind, you could see how that imprisoning option would be, like that would be appropriate to that particular element. So, I mean, I suppose to a certain extent, I'll know it when I see it, right? I don't know specifically what I'm looking for in terms of the Newman that I'm going for. But in this case here, I'm looking for something that's specifically appropriate to the Twiceborn if I can. And then Whisperfire here is mentioning the artist. The artist is actually the one that I drew on the YouTube playthrough. So in the case of the artist, they recommend that you go down Bosk, and that would have another Newman. But as the game says, you can sort of apply whatever you can write whatever history you want. Just in my own case, I sort of feel like I've got a specific direction that I'd like to go with this character. All right, the High Traditions of the Noble Endeavor, a blandly positive work on the Endeavor Club published by the Endeavor Club. The club was founded in 1862, but claims to draw from much older traditions. Club members are assigned names out of noble myth: Joffrey, Roland, and unexpectedly Breadbettle. They claim to be heirs of the Leashed Flame, which gave the island of Britain such appalling power in some histories. Their endeavor itself is a purifying fire, which makes its fuel something more than human. This transformation, however, is no longer encouraged by the club, and perhaps the work is coy on this, no longer permitted. Oh, the cartographer, interesting. Okay, so more hammer time. And we got... Now, I think I've read this book before, so I may already have this recorded, but just give me a second here. So big dilemma for me right now is just finding place for the extra books. This doesn't really feel like the appropriate room for these books because the shelf is, dedicated to all the alchemical matters. But my overflow right now is used over here. So I don't know. I'll figure it out. Okay, so Disciplines of the Hammer. We need 5 forge or edge memories out of this, so basically I would use everything. So maybe we put the shaft down here. And Kree is the mag. I forgot that you were the Magnate, a big silver book. You and your gothy skull book. Well, that's not entirely true. I've committed one. But yeah, I suppose the next challenge is to just let the other shoe drop and not commit anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. And then, of course, there's the real goal of the Ignoramus run, where you don't get any skills. And then there's the run where you just turn the game on and you don't use the mouse at all. You just record a 10-hour video of all the weather sounds and the music. It's the ultimate minimalist book of hours. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I did not, if you had asked me setting out, would I be going this far into the game without committing anything, I would have said no. I didn't set out to make this some kind of a challenge run or that. But the problem is that because I was able to get so far, and specifically because I learned things about the game doing it this way, I was having a good enough time trying to work through the problems without the added help of the elements of the soul, because like I've already done all that stuff, right? It basically just got to a point where, because it was a fun little challenge and it wasn't necessarily something I knew where it would go, I've sort of hit this point now of saying, is like, well, do I really think that I need to commit the element of the soul yet? There's a couple of times where I could say, like, oh, you know what, really, if I just had well, actually, a good example of this would be if I just had a FET, I would be able to access more of these rose texts, which I'm currently just letting sit on the shelf. But again, I've been talking about how I've been wanting to open these caches, and you'll notice that I have not opened a single one of them because there's always been something else for me to do. Now, that's a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, because obviously if you have more elements of the soul, that's more stuff that you can do. But basically, if my guideline has been that I'll commit something in the Tree of Wisdoms when I hit a block, in the end, because I have things to do, that doesn't really count as a block. And I guess as a consequence, I've indirectly turned it into like a minor challenge run. Like I said, I mean, for it to be a proper challenge run, I'm sure it would be like, just don't commit anything. But it's been fun. Like it's a neat way of handling it. Okay. So I've got my foresight already. We leave the shaft aside. So contradiction's the first edge I can work with. Contradiction and fear would probably be the two easy ones. Forge, we've already got foresight, so I keep forgetting pattern gives me forge. I always keep thinking pattern's a pure knock one, but it's not, and it's obviously not. Alright, device on containment should provide us the pattern. So I need to find the last edge or forge. I may actually have to resort to a recipe here. No regret, Kiona Rabidos. Gluttony run. Every time you run into a food or a drink item, you have to consider it. You cannot give it to any companions. I like that, actually. Just run through Hush House chowing down. Arsenic, nom 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 nom. West Cops compounds. It's Pac-Man. The Pac-Man run. That's what we can call it. Rose pearls. Yeah, okay. So this is the Pac-Man run. You put rose pearls from the door, just through every room. You gobble each of the rose pearls on your way. All right. There we go. So our contradiction I should be reading the text for these, but and this one I've kind of been going for my go-tos. And again, it's mostly because if I'm going to spend the time reading something, I'd kind of prefer it to be, where I can, I'd kind of prefer it to be the new, like either the new texts or the kind of this review of the house we've uncovered so far. So, disciplines of the hammer. We'll add the shopped. So, foresight, contradiction, fear, regret, pattern, stop. Hammer time. Alright, the skill is now level 6. Its power aspects have also increased. So again, doesn't give us anything we didn't already have because of Auroral Contemplations, but it's still nice to have a little extra in our various skills. And once again, we've kind of exhausted the day, but I suppose, unless Oriflammes winds up selling me a really inexpensive book, is that a max level? I've got 2 max level skills, so Tridisma Hyra, 9 Grail and 10 Moon, and Resurgences and Emergences. Our original Auroral Contemplations is 1 skill away from its top level, as is Edict's Liminal. But yeah, we've got a lot of skills, full stop. But yeah, we've got a few that are at or close to the max level. Alright. Scaptodon Fang. It is rare for the Lionsmith to make Scaptodons now, but they are difficult to kill, and they live a very long time. We already read the Lethe description. Lethe Lees, the dark aftermath of a dark drink. Tall candlestick, elegant simplicity. Serpent-styled glass, carved snakes writhe down the frame. A prominent inscription reads, "To the librarian Gervenius, in earnest of our wager." So I am interested in who wrote this. Spice scales, redolent of decades of piquant passage. That's Domain Reveline from behind. We'll read that next time we run into one. Cucurbit Barrette, a vessel with an ambiguous history. Catwink, the smell of catwink puts off vermin, but it is very difficult to read in sunlight, an ink of containment. Wolf Snow Ampule, far too cold ever to melt in anything but the hottest noonday sun. It will very gradually consume human flesh. Cranial Tchotchke, we all of us come to this condition in the end, but not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. A glinting Cranial Tchotchke. Winter versus Rose. All of us come to this condition in the end, but not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. Shears of the Sisterhood, black iron shears marked with the Sisterhood's triple knot. A viper egg, a serpent in waiting. You can actually just brew that. Ichor vitreous, a pale and watchful fluid that can be gathered sometimes when the door in the eye is opened. Westcott's compounds, reagents, and activants to enhance alchemical operations or the flavor of one's pipe tobacco. Bitter black salts, bitter as chicory, dark as secrets, but the first rung on the traditional alchemical ascent. January sanguinary, also called sanguis sultandis, or by the ignorantly superstitious, the true blood of St. Januarius. Tanglebrag, a clot of wood, leaves, and feathers that might draw the attention of the entity called the knowing knot. Snoodle jar, useful for calcination, purification, alteration, invaluable for snoodlery. Beeswax, it begins as a flower. Beeswax can be used to make candles if you have a skill with the chandlery aspect. Fragrant chalice, a glorious globe of wine-colored flowers. And refulgen, a white so pure that it remains visible even in utter darkness, like the moon or an insistent cat. All right, I think... Oh, sorry, there was one other item. The brazen clock. It's not immediately apparent that this clock lacks hands, although when wound, it dutifully ticks. So we'll make it up to the next room later, but I actually have some things I want to do today. So, no books to read. I could try my hand at... Yeah, so we could try to renew our acquaintance with workers. I think that makes sense. But before we go too much further, let's take care of these boxes. So we'll go for the records box first, because that seems the most promising. And we'll use Shapt for this one because it sounds... it just seems appropriate. But number two, it's also unrelated to some of the other stuff that I'll wind up, I'll wind up working with. So if I have some leftover elements of the soul, it would be nice to be able to use like the Trist and the Faust for the like the Gull Colony and Crowcross Sands and so on. Shapt and Whist don't give us that, so those are my first two in terms of giving them up for certain tasks. So, what overlooked delight? So that's going to be a minute spoken for. I think I'm not going to put everything into it, but I think we can at least give it a shot with the sweet bones. So seek unusual help. This means that I'm leaving the health aside to the last minute. All right, so the poet doesn't do much for me, and for that, that's a little bit of a letdown. I'll confess. I mean, it's not a bad. A 5 heart is certainly nothing to sneeze at, but it's something we kind of already have. All right. I think I will try one more time at the sweet bones. And we'll use the whist to open another package. Take care of the luggage first, I think. Something rare. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. I probably should just be reading the descriptions again, because there's about a minute of dead air in between these, but... The nice thing is it does actually give me a chance to check out my spreadsheet for possible, possible crafting recipes that I'd like to try out. I don't know. I've got the ones I'm most curious about. So we've more or less been told by the game that there are combinations that are not just a question of the primary aspect. So what I mean by that is, like, with Auroral Contemplation, it says, okay, you know, 9 lantern, 8 edge, so, you know, we would want to add a lot of lantern or a lot of edge to be able to make something with this. But I believe we've been told that with Inks of Revelation, we actually want to be adding rows. And so if that's true, it now means that we actually sort of need to allow for the possibility that some of these keeper recipes that I haven't been able to find, it's not because I don't have the right combination. Well, I mean, by definition, I don't have the right combination of ingredients. But it's not like there's some hidden moon ingredient that I'm not aware of. It's actually more that the ingredients that are required are from a completely different aspect. Which also, just in terms of the surface of things that could be attempted, that's a lot more than what I'd be willing to brute force. So obviously at that point, that would be why I, read and reread certain texts. All right, Alignum Vitae Blanc. I mean, I'm not going to say no to a 3 edge, 3 nectar item, but yeah, again, I'm sort of at the point here where it's like, can I get something new? Consulting engineer. All right, interesting, but we won't worry about it. And at this point, we'll say, let's not worry about hiring anyone else. I would have my doubt. Well, I actually think I wrote down what I would need. So let's, because I really only have one room that I'm trying to access. I actually have a bunch of stuff here that I think I can erase, so... Oh my. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm going to start this notepad over again, and I do apologize for that, because I know some of you just want me to get on with it. Oh dear. Yeah, sorry. There's just... all of these notes were very, very helpful at the time, but they're going to wind up confusing me as soon as I try apply them. So, going to quarantine something that's related to Sea of Thieves. Okay. How do you clear out the flooded areas anyway? You'd have no idea where to begin. So the trick on this one, basically when I click, this is kind of my default whenever I run into something I don't understand in a Secret Histories game. If I click on the empty space, it winds up giving me more hints than I sometimes appreciate. So in this case, the sea has claimed these caves. The tide thunders below. I'll need to find some way to lower the water level before I can enter. And it would require, so essential, to go in the slot, an object must match at least one of these, so it requires a circumstance, something that is so, but only for now. Circumstances disappear in the season of Numa, and it would need 3 moon or 3 scale aspect. And I can do the same here for the other flooded level. Gleaming black water, still as bone. I'll need to find some way to lower the water level before I can descend. So, and again, it has the circumstance, and in this case, it's 3 forge and 3 knock. Now, I'd wondered, so one of the things I was sort of thinking to myself is okay, well, maybe I go to the altar of the knot, and, I do an appropriate ritual, which will lower the sea. And who knows, that may actually still be a possibility. But essentially, the key to this has been that there is a concept known as a circumstance, which we haven't encountered in the game yet. So that's something that I just kind of keep in the back of my head, and I say, all right, well, I don't know what a circumstance is. It may be, it may be something I've encountered before and I haven't looked for it yet. But what I am going to look for is if I see something in the game that refers to circumstances, I'm now going to pay closer attention to what's going on with that. And as I wound up sort of exploring the rest of the house, so this was the first one that I found, but once we went down here into the upper pump room, so see the pickaxe marks on the walls. Before the Sisterhood came to the Isle, the Romans or the Phoenicians dug these tunnels, scratching in the ground for tin and for gold. For centuries, those pumps kept the sea at bay, driven by slaves or votaries who saw the sun one day in 9. When those pumps fell silent, the sea crept in until much later the Curia brought in their own machines to open up the lower levels again. So the Curia installed these pumps to drain the lower levels, but they installed them in the late 19th century. I will need to provide materials and fuel, and I will need a apprentice-level forge to jury-rig them. So in this case here, it'll ask you, so you want skill with either forge or knock, so this is pretty obviously something, shaft or metal that you'd add in. Skill, right, sorry. Same story, but not shaft here. Soul, I think it's fairly clear. You can put any element of the soul in, but clearly there's going to be one that's more useful than the others. Fuel, so in this case, it does say either liquid or, it has to have liquid and fuel. So for instance, I could not fuel the pump with Trumpeter's Lily as much as I'd like to. And then it requires 2 metal. And the interesting thing about this one is that normally it seems like, okay, well, if I just need the prentice, I should be fine. So I guess we can use Disciplines of the Hammer in this case. I don't have much in terms of element of the soul, but we can add health just for the sake of argument. And then I'll take... I've got plenty of fuel, so that's not too much of a worry. So maybe paraffin here. And then as far as metal is concerned... so first of all, you notice, like, okay, so normally you just need the 3 and it carries on. Well, in this case, it is actually looking for more. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, we'll add the steel wire. Still doesn't open. And notice we're well above what's required for the challenges. So in this case, we now add the copper wire. Now that everything's in here, the machine roars to life, water thuds and gurgles. This will take a while. And essentially, it's having one in each of these areas. Now, I can't tell you for sure that this is going to produce the thing that I want, but my suspicion is that by activating the pump, that's going to at least open up this route. That's going to generate the circumstance with the forge and or knock. What I suspect is also true, though, is I don't think it's going to deal with the submerged sea caves. I actually think that I'm going to need to find another way of handling that. And it could well be that with Moon and Scale, that this very much is one of these cases of, making the appropriate offerings to gods. Just because this is something that you've kind of seen in Cultist Simulator as well. But essentially what I'm running with here are just sort of a number of hypotheses, and it just seems to be taking me on the path, particularly with regards to this one. Once you encounter the pump, you just kind of, by process of elimination, you say, yeah, this is probably it. But again, because it's asking for a bunch of metal, and because I don't really have metal, I've wanted to sort of exhaust all possibilities before I go ahead and use that, just because it may be that in order to learn about a recipe, I want to try something else. So I'm probably being a little too tight-fisted with my resources, but it's a chance for me to follow up on the construction anyway. Okay. So I believe this is the last of the boxes. One of the easy tricks I can do just to see if it's cosmetic or not is do that. Something handy. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. And I don't see anything else to do for today, so I'm going to go for a walk on the moor again. Gather in autumn, the last leaves toss and scutter. So I think probably the plan is going to be if I think before, well, yeah, so we have the search for the musician first. So there's going to be two things that I do over the course of the day. So one of them is going to be searching for the worker that's, going to get me the honeyed forbidding, just get that out of the way. But because there's a certain point during the day when I say, okay, I've done enough. So for instance, in the midpoint of the day, oh, that's right. Sorry. This was the one thing I was going to work out. I am going to pause for this just so I can know for sure. In fact, we're at the end of autumn, so I may actually want to just pick up an orchard keeper anyway, although I can't remember if we have one more day of that. So let's say 4 nectar. So we're looking for 14. It's probably easier if I just mouse over. Yeah, so we definitely seem to have some 2 nectar foods. I wouldn't want to count on more than 2, though. So another question I have is if I didn't want to give up the sacrament malachite, would I be able to... is there a middle ground in terms of nectar, or am I sort of stuck with the level 2s for the rest of the time? Looks like it. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so I've got the base nectar, drink, memory, food, element of the soul, tool. Okay, I'm just trying to think of what companions take. So they've got their base level, they can get drink and food, they can get a memory, they can get an element of a soul, they can get a tool, and I know there's a bonus, but I don't remember what that was for the... Okay, so I'm going to come up with the pessimistic case with the orchard keeper, and then I'm going to come up with the optimistic case, let's say. So if we were to take an orchard keeper and only give them the level 2 stuff, that would be 2, 4, 8, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so that's not enough. If we got a musician, that would be 4, 6, 10, 12, 13, 14. Interesting. So we don't actually need to give up the sacrament malachite. And then the maximum level would be if I used everything. So 4 and 6 is 10, memory is 14, 16, 17, 18. Okay. Yeah, so I mean we're in good shape if we get the... And by the way, I don't see any reason to hold back on the level 6 nectar drink. I guess if I got an orchard keeper, so that's 2, 6 would be 8, memory would be 12, food would be 14. Yeah, actually, you know what? So maybe I'll just hire the orchard keeper next period. Ah, here we go. More wire. So if I was feeling risk averse about my metals, that kind of just solved it for me. We're going to start putting this in storage. Oh, that's right. It's not tamed. So I'm going to be a little... Yeah, I think we're at the end of autumn. It's such a shame that that's the case, because I definitely realized too late that I could take advantage of that. But hey, it is what it is. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So you're saying that I shouldn't do 10 hours of oubliette ASMR for relaxing sleep? Yep, there's winter. Oh well. It does mean I get to hear Subtle Old Soldier, though. All right, I think this will probably be where I wrap it up, but let's at least let's get some basics down for today, because I am completely free in terms of what I can do. So we've opened everything. We're waiting on a certain type of hireling, and if we don't get that certain type of hireling, then I can use my elements of the soul for whatever catches my fancy. So let's start with Whist, because we're not going to use that for anything. Any of the projects that we have, I'm not going to use Whist for, and that'll be the same for Shapt. After that, we'll consider where we stand for the rest of it. So seek unusual help, what visitors might be passing through. If we wind up with a fugitive, they do have the heart aspect, so I may actually wind up making some choices. I don't know. I may wind up making a couple of different choices than what I originally had in mind, but we'll just kind of stick with the existing plan. I'll see where we stand, and again, if I want to make progress, I have the option of draining the floors. It just happens to be that I know there is other stuff that I can explore, and some of that other stuff is in fact relevant to things that I want to accomplish in the game. So if I can be a bit patient in terms of getting additional levels, it just means that I get this chance to sort of stop and follow up on a few tasks that I've wanted. So another person who can give me Mandaic, but I'm going to stay the course. So there's someone en route to Hush House, an upcoming production of an opera with a very ancient pedigree indeed. Businesswoman, chessmaster, initiate of the Scarred Hour, sometimes called the Colonel, Mrs. Zita Bukhara. And this poet can't get enough. Alright. We'll give it another minute. I may take one more shot, just because I do have a spare Faust kicking around, but that would mean that the day is used up. I don't know, like I probably wouldn't do any crafting in that case. There's a musician we're looking for. So a musician is entertaining the patrons of the Sweet Bones for pennies. Not very many pennies. He'd jump at a better paid opportunity. The traveling musician provides sky, rose, and nectar assistance. Talk to him before he leaves if you want to use his services. So let's just game this out, because I do need to think about the time that it's going to take me. I've got half the day already spoken for. The ideal breakdown would be, it would actually just be 1 minute. The reality is that I actually need to put some effort into getting this memory. So okay. I suspect I have a bit of work ahead of me here. Let's try and make something happen. So, if I take my health, I'm going to add the Mazarine Fife. It has to be drums and dances. What a shame. Oh, that's right. Okay. So I think Solomon's desk. No, it doesn't. Okay. Not Natan's desk, but I suspect this desk does. Yeah. Okay. This is gonna get a little weird. Oh, you know what? It doesn't have to. Okay, so I just need a... yeah, this'll work. Okay, so I need an impulse. We'll get that from reading the Alopoli work. So Traveling at Night, Volume 1, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. I'm going to hire the musician right away. Hire visitor. I will hire this one for a day. Hired. I'm just some irritating lying ginger kid from Cornwall who should have been locked up. I just managed to escape and blag it into music. Richard James, for Nectar, for Rose, for Sky. So we will talk with our traveling musician. So this is going to be... interesting. So Element of the Soul, Memory, Tool, Beverage, and Sustenance. There's no other extras. Very interesting. Okay, so we have 2 Sacrament Malachite, so I'm not necessarily giving up too much by doing this. So back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the rites of the Ringyu, the hour which has also been called the Malachite. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. And you know what? I think... as a precaution, I'm actually going to feed them Yeah, I think I'm actually going to bother feeding them, because the time it's going to take me to make this Hive's Lament, I'm a little worried that I may run out of time. Please tell me I'm not out of dandelion. Oh, my last dandelion wine. Okay. Down to the Grussians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So they're already up to 10. Let's give them... Yeah, man, we're getting really close to the end of the day already. Alright, so I think the grapes are just one nectar. Elderflower cordial? Well, we've already given them a beverage, so that doesn't count. Same with the scrumpy. Pickled mushrooms? Let's do it. Offer something to eat. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will also increase their aspect. It's also just friendly. And yeah, you know what? I don't even need to worry about... I mean, we're just looking for the 14 nectar, so in this case I just use my earth sign and then I save myself a whole lot of trouble. So the original plan was that I was going to get the Hive's Lament with its 4 memory, but there's just the amount of time that it would take me to make it. I mean, I'll probably run with it anyway, but... I want Wrapped in the King. So, like, I'm not gonna mess with a good thing here. So I'm just gonna time the 90 seconds to see if I sort of throw myself into a difficult place doing this. Okay, the sustenance has boosted their aspects appropriately. Give them the earth sign. Exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. I had a little bit of a timing problem with the with my app, but that's fine. It's not going to be that big of a deal. So one thing I could have done instead of using the pickled mushrooms would be to use the health and the tool. But this was a case where I kind of wanted to minimize... Yeah, actually, in retrospect, this wound up being a bit wasteful in terms of some of the stuff I gave up. But what I wanted to do was minimize the time that it would take on stuff, so... Anyways, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So the air is thick with the sense of honey and yew berries, enough to daze the heart and mind. So I suppose if I want to be doing anything with health and tryst, now is the time. So let me just take a second here. So the skills with blank scholar level 1. Transformations and Liberations, Pearl and Tide, Path and Pilgrim, and Inks of Power. As it happens, each of these are all rose skills, so it's also really easy to see why those don't have a higher level. But one thing that might be an idea is for me to look at what my actual rose aspect is. Because we definitely seem to be quite short of it. And that is because we are actually very short of rose aspect. It's funny, I remember back in the beta, and I don't know if this was just so that we could make some progress on stuff, or if this was always intended to work this way. But there was actually the porphyrite, like an encastum terminale that was just sitting in one of the rooms. It might have even been Christopher's nook, the more that I think of it. Okay, so the gravenitite is is my highest level rose. Yeah, so I mean, the fact of the matter is we're just really short on this stuff. Now that's fine, because I can still experiment with it, but... So with Pearl and Tide... do I even have it in here? There it is. Yeah, so that's a non-starter. So I guess the first thing I need to look for is a workbench or a crafting station that will actually allow me to use rose. Usually these are desks, which if that's true, constrains me even more. But I also, like, this is kind of where I need to start looking in unconventional places because I haven't really been following up on rose all that much. So the altars feel a little weird just because, well, maybe we can knock out a... Yeah, so none of these help with rose, that's for sure. I think I probably need to dedicate... I actually think I need to dedicate the time to it, but let's see if I've got some yeah, Aglaophotis candles. We are still going to be short, even... Yeah. Okay. So yeah, basically, unless I can find... well, there's a couple options I have. So one, it would be something that will take moon and then just bring the gravenitite for a ride. Okay, yeah. I think it's fair to say that we are coming up short when it comes to rose. Rose items. Okay. Something for me to think about, I suppose. Oh, hang on. No, Stimfling has a high level of... No, that's moon. Okay. Yeah, so my rose crafting is going to require some thought. And transformations and liberations, unfortunately, I only have the 2 forge out of that. And I think this is another case where I'm... Well, hang on. Iotic Essence surely should get me somewhere. Would have been better if I had the shaft available, but let's see what we can make happen here. I don't think any of these give me 4. Well, no. Invincible Audacity. Yeah, okay, there we go. Oh, cheeky. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this off. Okay. Nope. Darn. Alright, gives me something to work on tomorrow. So, let's just, let's pack up for the day. We'll use our tryst for a, we'll use our tryst for some collection. Gather in winter. What is the sea seeded today? And I think even though it would be nice to collect a few things from the gardens, we'll use our health in... just trying to think of some of my heart surgeries and examinations this time. Rhyme rims the Moortarns. And finally, we would like to help out Azita Bukhara. Hello, librarian. I have questions. I'll pay for answers. So on Apollo and Marsyas, they're putting on a certain opera in Paris. A dear old enemy of mine is very fond of the opera, and I hope he might attend. So they're looking for 4 Sky. I need to make sure that the production gets all the details just right, that it's temptingest bait for my adversary. I think this is one... We should have a couple of texts that would fit her needs here. So, Perugian Diaries. Yeah, we haven't given her that yet. Just so. Marad will love this. Thank you. And I am rather curious what's waiting for us behind here. If we get books, that's even more exciting, but... So yeah, it was a little clowny in terms of how the memories and all of that wound up working. Oh yeah, I didn't even wind up... I didn't do the timing correctly anyway. So it was a little clowny in terms of how I managed the overall... the traveling musician, but we got where we needed to be. Hey, we do have new texts. Interesting. Okay. So, the Chapel Malachite, the Ring-Yu says, never speak of this mystery. When the Thunderskin was mortal, he loved me first, and so the Grail destroyed him. Now the Thunderskin delights forever in my succulence. There is always a renewal, and nothing truly ends. The Malachite, honey, the blood, copper, the heart, you, the root. That's also a preservation improvement. So we've got very nice bee imagery. All right, so Ruby Wise Ruin, Quartz Chunk, Skin Shuck Mead, Lethe, Mortar and Pestle, Wolf Snow Ampule, 2 Dawn period books, so we'll definitely catalog those, and beeswax. So we are well and truly at the end of our journey as far as normal inputs are concerned. At this point, I either need to find a way of generating new metal, or I need to accept that you use crafting objects to craft, and I should just get over any hesitation that I have. I am going to be... I did say that I was going to wrap up soon, and I'm not going to go that much further in the day, but I am actually very curious about these books, so I am going to catalog them, and then we'll see where the rest of the day goes. I will leave the shaft open for the pump, but yeah, essentially, with where we're at in terms of the playthrough, I want to catalog the books to see what my options are, and then I'll work out... Okay, sand. Again, I think we just need to start putting this stuff in storage. Unexpected finds in the folds of earth and sky. Another quartz chunk. But yeah, I'm quite curious about what these what these texts are. So once I catalog them, I'll call it for the evening. And then what I might do on my own time, I might work out a game plan in terms of some of the skills that I want to examine before trying to mess around with the pumps. I may not even say I need to wait before messing around with the pumps. Like maybe I just say, okay, the time has come for me to push ahead with some of these. There are also a couple of memories like along the lines of Abbot Jeffrey, and then there was the mystery of the chancel, which I never quite sorted out. But I can leave those for another time. Okay, rainy day, so not directly relevant to my current interests. So I'm going to start with, I gotta leave the Shapt available. So I think I'll go for the Whist and the Faust for cataloging. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's dawn period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And then same with them. And then, of course, if I think that Numa's coming up soon, I do probably want to find some uses for these memories. But again, it's mostly been I've been experimenting with crafting, and if I need some more clues in terms of crafting, clearly the place to get those is from more books. So I have a little bit of a catch-22. All right, the account of Kanishk at the Spider's Door, that is definitely a text that we can read. And the Ivory Book, a Fusine text, so we can read that. And it is an 8 winter text, so we can read both of those. That'll probably have some implications in terms of how I handle the upcoming turn. But if I start reading these now, I'm not going to finish. So I'm going to say that's good information. We will find out on Friday what we're doing with it. So just a reminder to everybody, I'm going to be going to the local game dev meetup on Wednesday, which means, I mean, I could maybe stream for like an hour, but then I would be late to the meetup, and then I think everybody would be, annoyed that I streamed for such a short period of time. So I think in my view, it's probably better to just leave it as a free day for myself, and then just moving forward, I think the third Wednesday of every month will probably be something that I'm physically attending an event at. So we'll just say that we're not broadcasting on that. But I will be back Friday, and I am kind of interested in seeing where all this goes. Like it's been nice to sort of hold off, but I do want to see. I don't know. I think I'm at the point here where I've sort of forced my hand in terms of the choices that I've made. I think any text that I try to read, so like just of these texts, it's just too much to assume that I'm going to be able to get the 14 rows. Actually, the Burning Woman might be a different story now. So let me just. This is one thing I wanted to follow up on, because I've been assuming something, but my higher level of Forge went up. Okay, so I've got 6. Let me write this out. Okay, so I start with 8 Forge. So unfortunately, it's the same story as before. If I want to go up to 8, so from 8 to 14, that's 6. That's 6 Forge aspect that I need. And essentially, well, I mean, I can double check. The Invincible Audacity. Okay, so we get 3. Okay, fair enough. So technically, oh yeah, sorry. Hang on. We can do better. 6, 9, 10, 11. Okay, yeah, that's actually quite achievable then. and then the Voyages of Furnishing of Oriel. So with Tridisma, okay, so we start with 10 there, 11 with the Trist, 12 with the... Yeah, and then 6 because of the... Yeah, so there's actually 3 texts in the too hard pile that are not too hard. So I suppose the next question would be, how much of this do I want to try and get in before a potential Numa? So I think probably my best bet here, I'm going to try the Voyages of Furnishing of Oriel first. Unfortunately, Fusine doesn't give me any moons, so I kind of have to throw everything at it. But that'll be the one that probably involves the most work. And so I think there's a certain logic behind trying to make that turn out. I might even try and do that today. The Ivory Book and the account of Kanishk at the Spider's Door, those are fairly straightforward ones for me to read, so I don't need to worry as much about those. Yeah. And then essentially for these Forge texts, it's definitely not a piece of cake. I want to kind of be clear on that. I am relying on some pretty significant moves my way, but it's not unheard of, right? Like, I guess the biggest thing is that I was able to use the Roskragan whiskey first try on that Rose text. So at minimum, we've got 3 texts that we can read. And then, from that, we'd be able to level up certain skills and such. Again, I want to make sure I have a lot of runway in winter, because if we wind up in another Numa and I read the level 18 text, I'm assuming that that's going to be giving me a bunch of lessons. But anyways, something for me to think about for another time. But yes, thank you everybody for watching. I will see hopefully I'll see some of you on Friday. And I'm very happy to see that there's actually a few it actually looks like there's quite a few Book of Hours streamers. And all of them VTube. I'm trying to find out what the story is with all of the VTubers. So I suppose I'll ask the question here. I've got Zarelith, Tudaros, and Fellblood Reaper. Does anybody have an opinion on any of these broadcasters? It is fun. Okay, that's the answer. They're fun to make. Okay, I will just give me a second here. I can do a random draw. I normally like going for sort of the smallest broadcaster up, but the catch behind that has sometimes resulted in not the friendliest environment. All right, so we're gonna try Zarelith today. Or sorry, Zareth. Yeah, so please treat them well. As always, I hate that I need to do this kind of a disclaimer, but I don't really know any of the broadcasters who are doing Book of Hours right now, so I hope it's good. I definitely am very happy to have been able to meet a few different people doing Book of Hours. But as always, a raid is not so much an endorsement, so much as me making an effort to try and pass along the audience to the game that I'm interested in. Anyways, I hope you all have a wonderful evening. I will see you on Friday, and until then, take care. Bye. Oh, Revive Snow. Hi and bye. I don't know if you were lurking, but it's always good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Oh, did that cancel the raid? Whatever, it'll sort itself out.